there's a couple of things. I wanted to kind of pick your brain on like how you feel about politics right now, in general, and then you spoke to me about a hive mind is not the right word, but like a group of people that were also like doing some business stuff, and you want to talk about that, I think. So those two are like the big thing, but I'm gonna try my best not to steer it off course, but I feel like I'm gonna do that at some point anyway.
I mean, it's a good place to start.
Also, welcome back.
Thanks. There are two things that come to mind very quickly in current politics.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lack of compassion and a misunderstanding of cost. Just as a whole, the lack of compassion thing is one that's been more interesting to me, because I always wondered if it was kind of an inherent thing, like if certainly part of it was like maybe racially implemented. Part of it is based in racism, for sure, that you don't have compassion for people that you don't feel are the same as you, right, especially if you feel they're inferior in some way.
Yeah.
And that's bad. That's bad. But what's worse is this weird, like, I call it Ivan Dragoism, where they just, if they die, they die.
Yeah.
This weird, just,
they die.
They like, and it's a real subtle thing to me, because you see them refer to certain things in terms of ratios and percentages, mm-hmm, to avoid talking about the real cost of how many people are going to be put into a situation. That's like fair. It's interesting to say that something only has 1 or 2% a death rate, when in reality you can't just come out and say, hey, it's fine, this thing's only going to kill 300,000 people.
Yeah.
Like, if you just said that, it would cause a lot more of a problem when people had to rationalize.
Yeah.
I think there are 300 million people in the US.
Sure. I think that's on purpose, though. Like,
yes.
I think people have been doing that for years with all kinds of data. Like, people will take any amount of data and they won't lie about it, but they'll skew it to a way that the data will benefit them, even though you could easily take that same data and either presenting it a different way or presenting it flatly would not do that.
True. And some of it is definitely on the onus of the audience to understand what those really mean. It's just interesting to see that nobody wants to just put out the numbers, because it's a very, very dicey situation.
Yeah.
And admittedly, to some degree, there are a lot of this that would not have been good answers to any of it.
Sure.
But doing nothing because you don't have a plan is not an answer. And it says a lot about how little you really care if you would rather do nothing until you think you can find the perfect answer.
That's true. Especially in a situation as of right now. Like,
yes.
I think that there are certain situations where it might be best to have a plan before you move forward.
True.
I think this current situation with like everything is not one of those, though.
Exactly. And but, I mean, the thing that I raised a very interesting point. I raised a very like subtle point right out of the gate. I'm like, I wouldn't send my kid back to school.
Right.
Because
I remember asking
the
about that.
Lowest common denominator of people aren't really incentivized to care like they should be. Like, my first thought was, the janitors aren't being paid anymore to keep that place any cleaner.
Yeah.
So why would they do any better of a job? There's not even more of them.
Yeah.
Like,
it's the same dude.
Yeah, it's the same guy. I know. I was in high school. I remember my janitor.
Same.
We picked on that guy. He couldn't have been incentivized to do that good a job.
Nope.
So now there's a pandemic, and we still didn't pay that guy anymore or get him any help.
I never even thought about that, but that is wild. You would expect like that job of all of them would be like super crucial.
It's the easiest place to make a difference. Just to even say you made a difference. Then we doubled the janitor staff. They're cleaning round the clock now. There's a guy that cleans in the morning, somebody cleans at lunch, and a different guy that cleans at night. And you're like, oh man, they're making a step.
Yeah. Huh. I guess and this could be from false data, but I vaguely remember hearing somewhere that I imagine is very different for like public schools or whatever, but janitorial staff makes a lot of money, like a decent amount of money. It's like one of those jobs that like you hear about, like with the, what do they call them, like the garbage truck drivers.
Oh, they're unionized.
Where they find out like people are like, you work in this position as kids and stuff, and then like later you get older, you're like, oh, that dude probably makes more than that teacher.
Oh,
actually.
100%. Yeah.
Like,
there's no liability. He went to school for way less. Like he has no debt.
Yeah.
But in any case, like there were a lot of easy steps that could have been taken.
Sure.
Or just any steps that could have been taken. Like it's very odd to me that with the same amount of fervency you cut $1,200 checks to a bunch of people, which admittedly you probably didn't regulate well enough.
Definitely did.
What would have happened if you made a stipend that allowed all those people to, guarantee some amount of toilet paper, some amount of sanitizer, some amount of masks at your local stores? That way you incentivize those businesses. You make sure that there's no false shortage that's created. Like there are so many steps that could have been taken. Even if they're not perfect, the slowness to act created a real problem here. And that speaks to a lack of compassion.
So I guess for the sake of conversation, I'm going to play devil's advocate on
That's
a lot
fair.
of things.
Absolutely.
So my question to that would be, do you trust the companies to not abuse any stipend that's given to guarantee supplies to their community? And B, do you also, or I say A, or say yeah, A. Yeah. So and then B, I couldn't remember 35.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
But and then B, would you trust that the government would write it in a way, or write this in a way that would not allow them to be able to do that? Because that seems to be like a huge problem. Like the what they call it? It was a business loan that they gave to businesses for a short time in that same kind of run.
Absolutely.
That helped them out. And I was just like, you guys do this every time. You do this every time. You say like, oh, this thing is for small business because they're going to really get hurt. And they're like, but then all the other large companies get it too. Like, it's like, it's either A, you guys are really bad at this, or B, you know exactly what you're doing. Like
that's the problem. You're absolutely right. It could very easily be, if the question is if it's malicious intent, there's really nothing to argue there, because if they are maliciously trying to put money in the places that they knew people would mishandle it, because people don't know what to do in a pandemic, as evidenced by a toilet paper shortage. Like people don't know what to do in situations like that. So it becomes very apparent to use your money wisely and to move your money in a way that benefits you. It's why it's not always beneficial to spend everything you have, but at the same time, saving your money isn't necessarily using your money the best way. So like I said, instead of just cutting $1,200 checks to everyone, and to speak to your business loan thing, tie that loan relief and tie the $1,200 that you plan on taxing people back for, grant them either a tax credit or grant those businesses like a big tax cut for like a free weekend situation.
I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second. This thing's going to get really loud.
What is it?
It's literally on the floor. I hate it. That's my phone.
Oh
no. I'm beating up the lights. It's all gone to hell. I was looking for it earlier. I didn't realize it was on the ground. Damn it. Okay, sorry about that.
No problem.
All right, we're back. So you were saying giving those people a tax, what's the word? Was it? Not write-off is the wrong word, but it's like tax.
It's a credit. Or
credit. That's what
it would essentially be a credit. But like there are so many of these programs that are already in place. There are tax-free weekends that are in place. There are all these things that you could already do. You could create a very simple, like, I believe it was FDR created bank holidays to keep people from withdrawing all of their money in the middle of a stock market crash. Like, there are smarter decisions you could have made.
I never even thought about that. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's why bank holidays are so prominent now. They closed the bank so people literally couldn't come in and get their money, which is exactly what they would want to do in a crisis, because they would want to hoard. And if you know that, give them a reason to spend it and give them something to spend it on that will help them. Like, hey, if you go to all those companies and go, hey, listen, you have to keep this thing in stock. It's one per person. But they are going to get these stipends, which again, I know you can get us in the mail, because I get 27 voting ads and I never have an issue. Like, the IRS can always find me when they want my money. Yeah. And they found me to give me this new money that a lot of people didn't know how to spend. Give me a reason to spend the money more wisely. Give me a place to go with it. Hey, listen, this money gives you money for your mask, money for a supply of hand sanitizer and toilet paper and tissue and Clorox, whatever you need, like supplies specifically for this thing. This money is for that, and tie it to the things you need.
But how would you how would you make the money mandatorily? Like, how would you separate it so that people can only use that money for that?
I mean, EBT cards would be the first thing that would come to my mind. Those cards already exist that have specific things that you can only spend on them.
Really?
Yes. EBT cards can only be used for food or essential things. It's the same with WIC. Like, all of these government programs already exist that functionally do this in one way or another.
This is pure ignorance on my part, because I wasn't aware that how does that work? Like, if
you apply for, so take for instance WIC.
I know how you get it. My question is how do you have a thing that you say, for instance, you go into a Walmart,
right,
and you put a thing of like donuts and a TV in the cart. Right. You ring that up.
Your card, they have a card there, and you have an EBT card. And on that card, only certain things are allowed to actually scan, and they're tied to the UPC codes, which are tied to particular brands.
Okay, cool.
So you can't actually buy any. Be able to buy the TV. Yeah, you can't buy a TV on an EBT card.
Okay, then they definitely should use that.
Yes, it was already in place.
That's wild.
They just chose not to, because they knew it would look better to give a bunch of people $1,200 and know full well those $1,200 would not be spent properly.
No, and I would imagine most of that, well, I won't say most, a decent chunk of that money would be put into either businesses that didn't need it. Like, it's almost like doubling up on the bigger businesses. It sucks, but people always talk about like, oh, well, I want this freedom of choice and I want the freedom to do all these different things. I'm like, at what point have you shown that you can't be trusted with such freedom? Like, if every time you make the wrong decision, it would be like having a military leader who constantly just the troops are getting wiped out over and over. Just send them on trash missions, bad planning. Like, okay, well, you don't get to lead anymore.
No, you're not good at this.
Yeah, man. It's like you might be an amazing musician, but you're really bad at this. So you don't get
Love
these
your
options.
People skills, your planning is a lot of work.
It's really bad. So like I kind of look at society. I hate saying that word, but like I kind of look at society sometimes with those lens of just like, and I don't say this as like condescending or anything. I'm that guy too. Like, I make those dumb choices sometimes too. Yes. So like, I'm not saying this is like, oh, you guys are dumb and I'm smart. It's just like, no, I think just in general, human beings, we do that. Like, we don't make the right call all the time.
We as people suffer from a great lack of foresight.
Yeah.
Which makes it very, very hard to protect our best interest all the time.
Yeah.
So what we kind of need is a safety net below us, which again is always the argument for universal basic income. Now, I appreciate the concept. Yeah. But again, I understand that can't just be raw funds because people will abuse that.
That's the thing. The fact that so this is so dumb of me to not. Well, I won't say dumb. It's what I've heard about EBT and WIC and everything before, but I've never known like the details of how it works. Just do that.
Yep.
Just use that system that's already there. Just because you could give people a universal stipend like income,
but it could only be for rent and utilities.
Just do that. Not even that. Because the whole argument I think with that is like people are concerned like if you give people this, then it will it will demotivate them to go after things. And I kind of understand that. But if you were to do that stipend into like bare bones essentials, like food,
right,
and like things that people literally need to survive,
right,
you'll still, I know I would anyway. I would still have that drive to be like, okay, well, yes, my food and everything is covered, but I want a bigger house,
right,
or I want a studio, or I want a Tesla or something. Like, you're still going to have things that you'll desire, and you'll still work towards those goals. I'm upset now that I know about this.
Yeah,
now,
can I offer a slight
sure.
pivot where I would deviate? I would deviate it to make sure that the whatever income you are sending to people covers the two things that they are most susceptible to in the event of a downside, which would be healthcare and insurance, because those are the two things that wipe most people out and keep them from pursuing these things that they would work for. Like, I have no problem working for my goals or working to save for my son's future. What I have a problem with is when it's problematic to try and find a way to work and I don't make enough to go to work and find another job, so I can't actually survive. Like, hey, if your stipend only covered your rent and your health insurance, well, you still have to work for everything else.
Sure.
But you wouldn't be completely wiped out if something happened to you.
Yeah. You'd still be struggling. Well, no. Again, this is assuming people do what they're supposed to do. But if that system gives you the ability to save money, you could argue the fact that, like, okay, you should be fine with whatever you saved in terms of like food and things of that nature. So if your rent and health insurance are covered, so you don't have to worry so much about physical things happening to you.
Yes.
But you still need to eat.
Right.
That's important. So like you would still save for that, which is significantly less savings that you would need to have for that versus like rent and health
food
insurance.
is fine. Like, food has a finite amount of it. You're not going to need an infinite number of food, and the amount of food you need, barring you having a large amount of children all of a sudden, is not going to explode. Whereas your health insurance could, your cost of living easily could. And those are the things you have to be protected against that so often destroy people. When you can't afford your place to stay, or you can't afford, your health insurance, those are the things that kill people and end up in homelessness.
Small caveat, people, whatever. I have very, very little sympathy for people with like a bunch of kids.
100%.
I don't like, if that is the cause of your issue, or if that like compounds your issues, I'm like, that is on you. You are a terrible person because you did this knowing, like, no foresight, no thought whatsoever, like, and now putting this other life in a bad position. Like, fuck you.
Well, I appreciate the stance. My only issue is that's not the kid's fault, and
that's
why
what I'm saying.
You have to protect
specifically the people that have the kids.
Exactly.
You put this other life in this really bad position because you're dumb. Like, the kid. There's nothing wrong with the kid, and it sucks because the kid still suffers.
Which is why something needs to be in place to cover where that kid needs to stay.
Yeah.
And whatever health issues that kid might run into.
Yeah.
Because those are the things that will destroy that kid's life regardless.
But how do you do that without? You can't give the kid an EBT account.
No, but I mean, the kid's got a social security number.
He does. But how do you? I guess other than literally separating the kid from the family, which I think sometimes has to happen, but
there are situations where that is called for. But overall, again, you like if there is a fund or a place where all these funds are stored, and there is an attachment to a government card that you are issued that tracks your spending on that.
That's fair.
When you're not spending on that, they will see that. Like, hey, what's happening? Why is it that your rental cost has gone to zero? Why is it that you haven't made a checkup in any of your doctor's appointments for any of the kids in a year? Like, what's going on? Like, you can see that.
That is a nice vehicle you're driving there.
Yeah, like,
interesting.
Hey, what happened? Like, oh, your address changed. What happened here?
Like, I guess people would argue, like, the government already has that kind of information. Like they'll see when like your address changes, or it's not immediate,
right?
But it with a system like that, it would be like the
you
moment
would have to file for a change.
Yeah.
Because you would need to make sure, like, and again, the cards can expire, like
Sure.
any number of ways you can attach them to where they have to come check with you. Your license plate expires, your license expires, everything requires you to go back to the government that you need them for anyway.
It's true.
Money is the only weird place where they get really, really hesitant about telling you how to spend it.
And I guess, yeah, I get why. Like, I understand, like, that's a interesting line to cross. It's not like I'm not the person that's literally sitting in line like, go government. Like, that's not,
of course not.
But also, like, again, people haven't really shown that they handle situations like this well.
That's been my problem.
Yeah. So, like, I think at a certain point you have to say, okay, if you look at the past couple of, like, epidemics, you guys suck at it. It's pretty bad. We're gonna step in on this one. Like, we're gonna just to make sure that, like, you guys aren't you aren't ruining this situation again. But I will get to this in a little bit. I always forget to mention this, but it is live stream. So we do have a chat this time. This is, I guess, is different than the last time we were. This is new. I need to take it out of here though, because I don't want it to be attached to. Yeah, and you can go away. Okay, I guess you can't go away without getting rid of the chat. Fine.
We're not.
Fine. That's weird. You can stay down here, and we'll have this guy. I got a perfect idea. Live editing. There we go. Cool. There we are. So you guys can throw in stuff down there. I still haven't set up the whole chat points thing for your questions. So if you put, I think I have Joe flagged. If you put, you can just what's the word? You just say, you put my name in chat, it'll highlight it, and then we can go back through and answer all the questions that you have at the end. Sorry, I hope I didn't derail your thought.
Oh no, you're
okay.
Good. It's been very interesting to watch. No one really want to say what the big issue is with this situation. And again, I've been wondering for a while, like, what it would take for me to really believe that a Republican would jump to our side. The closest I got was Mitt Romney that one time.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, Mitt?
Are you the one?
Oh
no,
because like I genuinely I'm a fan of good storytelling, and I love the story to be like the hero is someone who's like I gotta put this down.
Yeah,
what have we been doing? And just like I would love that scene for someone to just genuinely be like, we gotta stop this. It's too far. But even if that doesn't happen, just a real understanding of understand what the cost is really going to be. Understand that a lot of Republican voters have to be comfortable with the fact that their government decided they would rather the economy look strong than their lives be secure. And that's a cost.
I think it's very easy for, I'd say, a decent majority of Republican voters to think that way or to be okay with that, because they are in positions that they've got the other side taken care of. Like, so they want the economy to stay where it is. They want the economy to still be strong because that is what fuels themselves being taken care of for them. So like for them, it's not a thing of like, oh, okay, well, either they take care of that aspect of my life while I can focus on other things. It's more of like, that's all I've got taken care of. That's it. I've like, because and that's a generalization. I'm sure there are, like, I can think of already one Republican voter that I know of that like is not like that. Like, right. he's more. if the spectrum is a spectrum of red to blue, he's like
purple,
magenta.
Fair
like
enough.
that's
No,
like
fair.
that's
on the redder side of it.
Yeah,
but
he's on the
not
redder side of it, but not.
completely-
He recognizes. I wouldn't say that I'm a Republican voter either. I would put myself in a very purple place because I think there's things that I like on both ends of the spectrum. I just wish that there was some way for someone in the middle to be able to be put in a position that they can make these like decisions.
Yeah, the problem with
I don't think that's possible.
the problem with American government as it stands is it's a gang war. Like
it's
legitimately,
so
you
bad.
just pick red or blue, and there's not a. It's very very frowned upon if you have gradient inside of those issues.
That's the thing. Like, and I think that makes me unpopular in certain circles, and I think even in like this podcast thing, because it makes me unpopular there too, because my opinions are very gradient. Like they're
That's
like,
a uniquely American problem.
That's true. That's true.
Like
That's
as
true.
much, and again, it's a thing that I am uniquely versed in understanding because I traveled outside of the US a lot when I was young. So I got to spend about 10 days across 3 countries in Europe, and it's a really really weird thing that I still reflect on now. And I was, I think, 13, 14 at the time, and I'm 31. So
We're pretty close in age.
Yeah. But it was a weird thing to like go everywhere with a bunch of kids all from America, and everywhere else we're just American kids, and then come home and we're black kids. And white kids again.
Yep.
So like a lot of things are uniquely American in the way we perceive them, because this whole, like, we have a very bipartisan problem in that if you are not willing to vote with the majority of one party or the other, a lot of what you want won't be realized because you won't have the power to actually actualize it.
Which is, I don't know how we fix that at this point. That's the problem.
It would take a large group of people willing to diverge as a whole from the norm, which usually only happens after a disaster.
Yeah.
But good news, 2020 is full of disasters for you. They're like, you need one? What you want? Fire?
Also, it's not over.
Yeah,
there's plenty of time.
You like fire? You like plagues?
We
got it all. We might have some murder hornets coming back around if you hang around long enough.
I forgot about that.
It's October.
Yeah. I saw a very cool meme. It was like pretty sure, it was like Cthulhu and like some calamity, like some really, I'm trying to remember what the other thing was. Oh, it was like Cthulhu and like, I don't remember, but it was basically two, like, clearly you don't want these things at all. And they were like, oh, it looks like there's like, oh, you weren't supposed to be until 2021. And he's just like, oh man, our schedule seemed to have lined up. And then off panel, Galactus pokes his head. He's like, ahem. It seems that I am also. It was just so good. I was like, everyone is showing up, just fucking up 2020.
Oh my God. Like, I've mentioned to Amanda and I've mentioned to all of my friends, I have said I think for December 31st, 2020, we should all break something. just go full Office Space on something. Yeah. Just get your best,
get it out of there.
Play some rap music and destroy for a while.
Oh man.
And then 2021, you're like, oh.
Yeah. That's the
All
New
right,
Year's.
let's see how this is gonna go.
There's no ball drop. There's nothing. It's just a collective sigh. Just like, all right, guys. All right, we did it. We made it to this point. We got another year ahead of us. I honestly, like, fighting has helped me out with that drastically. There was definitely a moment, and I hate saying that sometimes because people are like, oh, well, like, martial arts is just a bunch of meatheads, like, punching whatever, and like relieving stress. We'll get to that in a second. And I'm like, yes, but no. There's more to it than that. But yes, there's definitely that definitely relieves stress, and it's very nice.
I've never felt that Jumanji was such a reality show.
Oh no, yeah.
Until this year. Man. By the way, that movie is definitely my guilty pleasure.
Which one?
The
original.
Of them, to be fair.
Yeah.
But the original one is just There's a scene where David Alan Grier is a cop, and a wild gang of monkeys take his police car. That is probably an underrated comedic masterpiece of a scene for me. Of just David Alan Grier watching a gang of monkeys drive away in his police car. And I'm just like, every time, I would have never been able to write that without dying laughing on the page. I couldn't, I would have not pitched it. But yeah, man. It's just great.
Who's this? Curtis Stevens. What do you two think of both parties getting involved in foreign conflicts we have no reason being a part of?
It's been an interesting one for me. I understand the desire to want to, like, if you see someone that you believe is not getting a fair deal, I understand the desire of wanting to step in and fix that.
Sure.
What I do not understand is how you can look at a situation outside of America and go, hey, that's bad, while the same situation happens inside America, and you're like, okay, the only reason to step out and fix that problem is that you can leave and not deal with the fallout of that problem. It's akin to like deciding you're going to throw a party at somebody else's house. God. It's great in theory, because no matter what you break, it's not your house.
None of this stuff is mine.
So we've politicked that way going on about 60 years now.
Yeah. I was listening to a podcast not that long ago, and it gave me a different perspective on it. I guess right off the bat, I don't like that we spend so much time and money outside of us.
Me neither.
I wish we could find a way to spend even a portion of that money towards solving internal issues. However, one of the things that was brought up is like things like 9/11 are the likeliness of something like that happening goes exponentially up when we aren't involved in places where we think that things like that can happen. So it's almost like a preemptive measure so that things like that don't happen. And if now the question is that the best way to do it? I don't know if that's the best way to do it, but as it stands, it seems to be working because we haven't had a 9/11 situation recently. So like now,
I mean, you want to talk disproportionate response? Like,
what do you mean?
I mean, as a whole, it was definitely, it's a horrible attack on America.
Sure.
The likes of which we haven't seen since December 7th, 1941. We finished World War II, or World War II was over from inside of 4 years from there, basically. The fallout of September 11th, 2001 is still being felt in 2020.
Sure.
Like, that's a disproportionate response. Like, I understand you wanting to proactively make sure nothing like this happens again. The best way, or I don't know the best way to do that. That's not the way I want to go about things. What I would say is, it seems like if that was your answer, I don't know if this was the result you wanted. And as much as deterring further attacks is good, I believe building a stable scenario over there would create the same scenario, which we haven't been able to do properly.
So what is a stable scenario though?
That's completely up to interpretation of the situation that you're dealing with. Like, that's completely subjective to where you are and what you're dealing with.
But the issue that I would see with that would be, so is this a good example? Is North Korea a good example? I guess. Okay, so we'll use North Korea as an example. So North Korea can be described as a stable situation, whereas there's a guy, or I heard he's pretty sick or something like
Kim
that.
Jong-un?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like his sister or something is handling. I don't know her name. But basically you have this figurehead who is doing crazy, terrible things to the people that he's supposed to be taking care of.
True.
Horrific stuff. And he does have the means of taking or of like nuclear conflict, maybe not to us, but to some of our allies. Yet, U.S. involvement there is nothing. It's like a hornet's nest that we're just like, we're not going to touch that. Yep. That's bad. We're not going to deal with that. Whereas you have a place like Afghanistan, where like we went full in, and the problem I guess it was similar. It was just that they weren't in a position to really bite back. Yes. It was more of like it was us fighting an opponent that was 2 weight classes under us.
Yes.
And we knew we would win. It would be costly, but we knew we would go there and like, well, they don't have any training. We have the largest. This is easy.
Yeah,
like we'll be able to go.
It'll be quick.
Yeah, it'll be quick and easy. We'll go in there and like. Whereas the bigger threats we don't touch, but places like Afghanistan, I'm not sure where exactly the guys were from that caused 9/11. It's been a while. That information has left my brain. But like you go into those countries with the idea of like, okay, we're going to set up here so that if something like this happens, or if we catch a whiff of anything like this happening, and we can stop it beforehand. I don't like that idea, and I know that what you were arguing, or not arguing, but like what you were saying is like, if we could stabilize those countries, then we don't have to worry about that.
Give them a reason not to want to attack you. Like legitimately, if in the same instance where you bring all of this weaponry and all of this power, which admittedly we are great at.
Yeah,
we are incredible at that.
Where all our money goes, so we better be.
What if there were any reason to wholeheartedly invest in their markets, so that then, like, there's in that same instance, no matter how bad we get, China's never going to decide that they're going to attack us. For the same reasons you mentioned, the fallout would be ridiculous. Even if they could do it, and they could. Yeah. The fallout would be absurd. Yeah. So, the best way to incentivize a nation like that is to tie yourself to their money. There's a reason why China chooses to manufacture so many things that we choose to buy. They own us. Like, legitimately, they don't ever have to worry about us choosing to attack them. We're not gonna. Yeah. And at the same time, they're also probably never going to just decide to call the whole bill on us because we have a really big gun. Yeah. You're never going to call the whole tab on America, not as we are currently constructed. And I think part of that is an understanding of your power dynamic. Well, understanding that the American market is also a very powerful dynamic, use the money instead of using the bullets. Like, find a way to invest in their market, and then literally, like I watched them gentrify every terrible area in America.
I was gonna say, would the people there be okay with that though?
Make it whatever the people need. Like you could talk to the people. There are things that they spend money on. Everybody spends money on things. That's a common denominator. So if you invest in the quality of life of the people, they have no reason to attack you.
But they wouldn't. So I let's assume like if we're talking like
infrastructure,
or like even just like companies. Like if you want to say like, let's just use Walmart as an example. Okay. And then whatever their local version of that would be. Right. We wouldn't. I doubt that the people would be cool if we went there and was like, we're now going to have Walmarts everywhere. They may be okay with us making it easier for them to have whatever their equivalent is. The problem I think with that is, what's the incentive for us? Because if the business that's there that we put all that money into, that money never comes back to us, why would we do it?
It's a stable nation you now get to trade with that has a history of you being built there that you don't then have to attack. We watched this happen with South Africa. This is how apartheid ended. Like, once that country is stable, now it's a market. Now you can trade. Now you have a whole nother place where you can build. Like, if sport's the easiest thing. They play a sport. I guarantee you they play a sport. Do they play a sport? Do they like competition? Cool. Build the biggest arena you can. or start a sports league there and give the people something that they can invest in, create jobs, and give them something to place their aggression in that isn't bullets.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a good idea. Like I'm not arguing against it.
It's just, and again, I don't know the logistics of any of this. This is just in theory, with the same amount of investment we could put into our military action in any one place. I literally watched South Africa build a nation with a sport I don't get. to this day, I've tried rugby.
Okay.
Like I've tried.
Yeah.
I just like
rugby and cricket are those for me. It's just I'll watch. My dad loves cricket.
I love watching people watch cricket.
Yeah. My dad. It's great.
Watching people watch cricket is amazing. Yeah. I was like, man, you love this, but I don't get it at all.
I have no idea. Oh man, like I get the basics, but like I don't have the same excitement. I'm like, oh, okay, cool.
You don't have the years invested.
Yeah.
Like it took me years. I've watched football for that long. So once you've watched the history of a club, how they've developed, you've watched this kid from college and come up to the pros. He had a rocky start, but now it's his big shot. Like I've seen, I understand the investment.
The stories,
because I've watched LeBron James. Like I've seen LeBron James my entire life. I remember his first couple commercials with Bernie Mac, rest in peace.
Oh man, I forgot about that.
Exactly.
Wow. Okay.
Now, I'm invested in basketball because of LeBron James to some degree. If those people don't have a LeBron James, or if they do, he's not promoted properly.
That's true. Yeah. You can inject money that way, which would be cleaner. The only thing I think that doesn't solve is any old, deep-rooted religious angst. I don't think that solves that, but that is, I think, a huge first step. If we're going to take any action to try to like water any angst towards the United States, I think that's a huge way to do it. I think you're right.
I mean, we've proven that we come together for the global games every 4 years without conflict, regardless of what's happening. Like even in the midst of other countries' conflict.
Yeah.
If it hits on an Olympic year, fam, we got a thing.
Yeah.
Are you guys not? So, all right, well, we're going to the Olympics. One or both of you can come if you can put all this down for a little while. And we do it.
Yeah.
So sport has this amazing value where you can take all of your stress and all of your angst and put it into a competition where the constraints allow you not to murder each other.
That's true. Yeah.
I mean, it's 2020. You can do it with esports now. You can literally fund multiple competitions there.
It's bad coming from someone who plays a lot of games and streams a lot of games and plays a lot of competitive games, but I kind of feel like Megan's gonna kill me. I kind of feel like esports is fading. Like it doesn't seem to. This could just be from my own perspective, because to be fair, I don't dig into that often or that deep. Mm-hmm. But it feels like it's becoming less and less a part of conversation, because I remember a time, and they're still there, like on ESPN and everything, but that was a conversation.
Yep.
And I think the thing that makes, I think, and you kind of shone a light on that just now, with the things that make these sports so dynamic and cool and awesome are the stories that are told through those sports.
Yes.
Esports doesn't do a good job of that.
You don't have stars properly built.
Well, so that's the thing. That's the thing that pisses me off, because there's a guy, and he's the biggest example of this. His name is XQC. I don't know if you're familiar with him.
I've heard the name, but I don't know.
He was a huge Overwatch star.
Right. But
he did and said some dumb stuff that he shouldn't have. Got him suspended, I think, like 3 times. And then now he doesn't really play professionally because no one picks him up. But this same dude he's not a bad person. I think he's just he's very not. It would be like having Conor McGregor play esports. This guy's not a good
he's not a good or he doesn't project as a role model well.
Correct. He's not a great role model.
Understood. Okay.
And because of that, the leagues kind of just push him away. I'm like, but no. You need this. I understand. You need to make sure it's contained and that it doesn't explode, but you need people like that.
So this is
and they don't have them.
It's a fundamental misconception a lot of people have about sports is that the sports are built by the clubs. And it's the one thing that basketball will never admit to, but they understand. Sports are built by the stars.
Yep.
You don't. Doesn't matter who's in your jersey if you suck. That's a fact. So and I can give you real world evidence to this. Like before, and again, I'm going back a ways, but longer than both of us. But I love sports history. That's one of the things that I enjoy watching. It's one of my documentary dig-ins. I don't do murder stuff. Yeah. I love watching how we figured out that we should put on Michael Jordan every time he's on live. So before Michael Jordan, before Larry and Magic in the late 80s, NBA games were on tape delay.
Oh, okay. Didn't know
so
that.
you could not catch an NBA game live.
All right.
It's a disaster. Because very often the newspaper would print, you would get the newspaper in the morning and know the score before the game was shown.
When you said delay, in my head, I'm thinking
it'd be like
couple
next day.
Hours.
No. It'd be like next day.
Wow. Okay.
So again, it's a very, very big problem of the media at the time. Number one, your sports need to be live. Your sports have a natural reaction that is generated in people that cannot be imitated when they see it. Like when you see it, you want to be there to see it. The internet generation can tell you that memes exist wholeheartedly. Like what percentage of memes are just people's reaction to a thing? Dude, that doesn't exist if that thing didn't happen live.
My favorite thing is watching UFC memes right after a big pay-per-view.
It's glorious.
It's the best thing in the world.
Yes.
So good.
It's glorious. The spinning back kick that guy, I was like, oh my God. Okay, you thought this was a fight. That guy's a Street Fighter character. You lost. Man. Silly. You thought you were in the fight with a human. No, that's a mistake. That's a created player. Yeah. It's 100% that dynamic though. There is something that can't be matched to you physically seeing something happen. And with sports, that is amplified to the nth degree when you have a crowd. When you get to experience that together, people getting to watch the game winning anything is incredible. You love that feeling. I think that is missing to some degree in esports, and part of that is the gap of complexity.
That's true.
There is an understanding gap. There's not been an esport that has the ubiquity that just it's everywhere to the level of regular sports because it hasn't been around long enough.
I think the problem is, I think the type of games that get put into those promoted slots. So if you look at Overwatch or League of Legends or even Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike was one of those early games that it's simple enough, but the high skill was complex.
Right.
So because of that, an average Joe, so if I were to sit down and watch the Super Bowl, I'd understand what's going on. I'd hope before the first quarter is even done. Yes. You would get the gist of the game. You go, oh, okay, cool, got it. If somebody's never played League of Legends or a MOBA at all, they have no clue. Yes. And so they can't go and they can't just be tuning into that and be like, oh, okay, this is interesting.
Welcome to the problem with baseball.
Yeah. Oh man, I played baseball when I was younger.
And it's still rough sometimes. Yeah, trust me. I am just old enough to understand the value of a pitching duel, but I can wholeheartedly get why somebody be like, "Why have you been watching a game that's 1-0 for 7 hours?" And I'm like, if you understood what it took to get here, how all the little subtle nuances are lost and hard to explain.
I think that's the same kind of issue I have with golf.
That is golf is my. I've had this discussion about Magic so many times as to why Magic was not. It should be bigger as a game, having existed for 20 years. And my argument always comes down to, without knowing what's going on, it's worse than watching golf.
Man, I love golf. I've been trying to get people together to play golf for since I moved down here. I still have all my clubs. I love it. I cannot watch golf.
Nope.
It is so brutal to watch. I know exactly what's going on, but it is so painfully boring to watch. But I know if I was out there playing, I'd be having a good time. But I don't know. That I don't understand how that sport does so well viewership wise. It's crazy to me.
Golf has the oldest viewership age. Number one, and golf very often picks its time slots very well, so they do not compete with anything else. And
but golf, we know we'd lose.
Yes, and golf makes its stars because golf is not a team-based thing. Golf knows how to promote its stars. You can see everybody's face.
Yep,
you get to see them all day long. Sometimes you get to talk to them. The interaction with the player that attached you to the sport is so much more direct.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's the reason why football is not as big, because every player that you love wearing a helmet. Yeah, you don't get to see their face.
So this is his number. I know he's there.
I've seen LeBron James since he was 17.
Yeah.
17.
Oh man.
I don't know that guy.
Yeah.
I don't know him. But I've seen that guy on TV, his face, since he was 17. There are actors that haven't been going that long.
That's true. Wow.
But of course, the star power there is heavy. You have to learn to manipulate that. And it's why whenever he decides to speak on something, it has so much weight. The guy's been in our living room for 20 years. You trust his opinion, even if you don't understand why you trust his opinion.
I don't think esports can have that. I don't think that's possible.
It would require them to stick with something, which they don't like to do.
Well, games come out too fast, and then
but how many games have been invented since baseball? Baseball's still here.
Well, so the problem is with esports is baseball is the game. In the realm of esports is the game. The
you need a league.
Well, it's not,
or an organization that does not own the game.
It would have to be an organization that will require athletes to practice multiple games. That's how that would work. Because the way it's set up now is you play this game. That's it. You grind this game. You get really good at this game. And then 2 years down the line, when that company that makes that game makes the sequel, guess what? Now you have to switch over to this thing. You're right. They would have to, somebody who's a big star would need to be good at Overwatch, CSGO, Valorant, League. They would need to be good at all of these games in order to
And this is why I usually tend toward fighting games, because I can track the fighting games that have been around for so long. I remember my first Street Fighter. I remember Street Fighter to this day. Yeah. And the game may look somewhat different, but the characters are recognizable. And the concept of the game has not changed. The rules are still beat the other guy till he doesn't get up and win X amount of rounds out of X. The format doesn't really change there. And like you said, the game can evolve. Yeah. The format can evolve. The platform can evolve. But something has to kind of stick.
They have to have something that, you said it just now, stick. But I forget the word I'm looking for. But they need something that is constant. They need a constant. And they don't have that right now.
I would almost split your esports down. I think you had a night with the idea of playing all of them. What if there were if your esport Olympics or whatever were split by genre? So there were day one was all the fighting games or all the 2v2s.
Yeah.
So, or 1v1. So it'd be literally, hey, your first heat is Mortal Kombat or Injustice. And then your second heat is Street Fighter. And then your third heat is Persona. Whatever version is the current version.
I think that would be a lot more interesting to watch. And I also think that would allow more people to enter that sport.
Yeah.
Because I think the way it's set up is now if you want to get into esports in, say, FPSs, you just pick a popular FPS and you pick your style, like whether it's going to be Call of Duty, Halo, Counter-Strike, Valorant.
Yeah, it's too much specialization.
There's so many different, like there's types within it, but even then, you don't even get to be like, oh well, I like Valorant and I like CS:GO, so I'll practice. But no, you pick one. You play Valorant. You don't get to, even though those games are similar.
Interesting.
You have to play Valorant. You don't get to play them both. You're not focusing, because there are intricacies within those games that make them different vastly. But the core of the game is similar. But the way that esports is set up right now, you'll see like ex CS:GO players hop over to Valorant, but you'll never see somebody who's playing in a tournament for Valorant while also simultaneously training and playing in another tournament for CS:GO. That doesn't happen, which sucks.
Interesting.
But I like your idea. And actually, now that you say that, I don't understand why fighting games aren't more prevalent in terms of like big esports
because
tournaments.
they're all owned by companies who are in business for themselves.
Like the fighting game itself?
Yeah, well, like particularly like let's take Street Fighter is Capcom and Mortal Kombat is what, Midway or whatever it is now. I don't know who owns them now.
I forget. NetherRealm.
Yeah. The problem is that they're separate. So they would have to collectively either go under an umbrella of a bigger corporation or agree to do these events. And I think getting everybody together to do all of those companies together to do that hasn't really been put in place yet.
That sucks, because I think that is the genre that would work.
Yeah,
that is
100%.
It would be, and I understand things like CEO exists and whatnot. Like we have them around here. Like I've been to it,
but it needs to have a step one.
I feel like CEO is the step one. I want to see. I guess that's harder to do. I want to see like that same stadium level, like play that they have for all these like shooters and like MOBAs and stuff. I want to see that for fighting games. Yeah. I don't see you see like a conference room with like a setup with a stage, but that's it. I want to see a big thing.
That's been my thing. Like I personally enjoy watching Sonic Fox play because I think he's hilarious.
He's hilarious and he's good. Like and he's good. It's always entertaining to watch him play.
And there's never a lot of salt from him. The downside is good. Like legitimately, he's for the most part PG. Like you don't have issues with him interacting poorly with other people. So whatever game he's playing is somewhat irrelevant to me. Like I know it's either gonna be some version of Injustice, but like I don't expect him to be much in the Street Fighter lane. But holy smoke, if he sat down, if I'm sitting down again to watch Sonic Fox play Justin Wong, in Street Fighter 5 or 6, I'm like, what's happening?
Yeah, how did this happen? Like, why has this not been promoted like everywhere?
Yeah, or just like, hey, we're doing a 3-day like fighting game decathlon. So your first day is tournament for one game. Second day is tournament for the third game. Third day is tournament for the last game. And top competitors go to another big event. And then your next big event, either you're all going to play a new game, so the competitive balance is relatively even, or you're going to have, like, wherever you won your seeding, you pick the game for round 1, and then I pick the game for round 2, and then you have to be better than me overall.
I would much prefer that setup, because I don't like the whole like, hey, just be a specialist in this one thing. We'll watch it over. It gets boring so fast, I guess there's a complexity when it gets to team stuff. Like I think it's a lot easier to do with fighting, and that's what I was saying earlier. Like I don't understand why that hasn't happened yet. It works perfectly with that. But like in a team-based game, now you have 4 to 6 people that need to be on board with that. But I think that would say more to the degree of like those individual skills,
and it would validate the entirety of esports,
right?
Because you would have to be much more talented across them all.
Oh man, I mean, so I think it would do the opposite. Well, I think it would still validate esports, but I think those people would be less skilled in each of those games because they would have spent more time learning each of those games instead of hyper focused on the one.
Yeah, but you're greater overall because of that.
You are overall a better player, but you like, so for instance, you will never, like, say for instance one of the tournaments was like a battle royale. You're like, all right, we got PUBG. Actually, that game's pretty bad right now, so I don't know if they'd ever do that. You got
like Apex.
Apex. Are there any other good battle royales? I don't know if there are. Oh, I guess there's the Call of Duty one, Blackout.
Sure.
Or what Warzone is what it's called. Yeah.
Right.
So you have Apex and Warzone. Let's just leave it at those two. Somebody who's practicing to play in a tournament that involves both of those games will probably not beat someone who's hyper focused on one of them. Probably. I would like to believe that would be the case.
Yeah, but what's the lifespan of that game?
Exactly. That's the reason why I think it makes more sense to have them be flexible. So yes, your overall skill on this one game will be less, but you will have a much longer career.
Yeah.
Because you'll be able to be like, okay, cool, we're adding this to the rotation. You're like,
yeah,
all right, cool,
I mean, there's not a lot of value in being the best elevator operator in 2020. That's kind of the thing. So it doesn't matter much that you are the absolute best at this game that we stopped playing in 2017.
Yeah.
That's kind of the thing that I think esports kind of has to get to as a whole. You should really be much more about the genre and less about the single game. And that's how you develop Olympic athletes.
Yeah.
You're really if you train to be in the Michael Phelps doesn't just train to swim one race.
Yeah.
He trained to swim the relay, he trained to swim the butterfly, he trained to swim them all.
Yeah.
So it didn't matter if he wasn't the best butterfly.
Yeah.
He was the best swimmer by virtue of training across them all.
I feel like having 5 silver medals is better than having 1 gold, in my opinion. If you consistently rank in second place, and this guy who got gold once, maybe twice, I feel like that's
and again, I don't know how much this translates in esports. Is not a lane that I've developed so much.
I don't know how we got to this topic, but whatever.
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting point. But there's been an interesting trend in football where the quarterbacks have gotten smaller. You can tell, there are the prototype quarterback used to be in the early 2000s and the late 90s. You wanted a guy who was between 6'3" and 6'4" for the most part, 6'2" and 6'4". You wanted him tall so you could see above the offensive lineman, and you wanted him to have a very, very big arm so he could throw over the top and throw as far down the field as you need him to be. Right around the time, the most obvious one that I can show you is Drew Brees.
Okay.
The best version that I can show you is Russell Wilson. There's a marked change in looking for a tall quarterback because they are very, very easy to hit, and the linebackers got much smaller. So linebackers were focused on speed, so the play callers could call something to get you to the quarterback faster because he's a giant statue. So you started needing your quarterback to be mobile. And since the linebackers were so much faster, you needed your quarterback to be able to make a shorter pass. Ergo, you get a lot of shorter quarterbacks who are more accurate.
Interesting. I've never thought about that.
Now, here's the greater evolution of it. Russell Wilson played baseball. Baseball naturally lends toward a faster release and a lot more sidearm in your throw, not as much over the top. Makes him perfect. In addition, he learned to slide because he played baseball. Sliding in football for a quarterback means you're giving yourself up, means the defense is not allowed to hit you. It is literally insurance for your job.
That's smart.
So Russell Wilson, a baseball player, becomes the new prototype running back. Ergo, if you watch my fiance's favorite team, Arizona Cardinals, they drafted a kid by the name of Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray was drafted to play baseball and football. He chose football. Because his skills properly translate. He's even shorter. So there's this natural evolution to that happens in sport where the game constantly evolves. I think esports is looking to do that. I genuinely thought with the rise of, with the way that Ninja was so crossed into mainstream so heavily, I thought that people would follow that format much more. The problem is, again, his game did not stay with him well enough. The game did not stay popular enough.
Like, I think he was a bad pick, in my personal opinion. I think his audience was not the audience you want. Well, his audience is a good. You want like a younger audience to aspire to be like in esports. You need to, because you need people. I think
his audience worked for his game. Yes. I don't think it works for the rest of esports.
If it was not just him and it was him plus people, like another group, like other people, it would have worked perfectly.
He needed a rival.
It was just him, and then he made, in my opinion, great business decision, poor industry decision of moving to Mixer and doing that exclusivity thing. That was so unfortunate. I'm sure like overall he made an absurd amount of money out of that. But I think it was just bad. It was just like it meant that the next, with him and Shroud leaving Twitch like that, the next most popular streamer was XQC and Dr. Disrespect. That was it. And
that's not enough.
It's not enough. It was literally like you had the good guys leave. And then you had the quote unquote bad guys stay.
The antagonists.
Yes, it was just all antagonists. Now, granted, what the cool thing happened with XQC is he started morphing into a good guy because there weren't any. Like, there literally weren't any left.
You're not a pro wrestling fan, are you?
No.
This okay.
The heel turns.
No, well, here's the thing. As much as people goof on pro wrestling, rightly deserved, pro wrestling is an exercise in learning how to write. Because since everything is to some degree scripted in practice, the real shine is how those performers put out those scripts, because the writers aren't very good. Yeah. Like, the writers aren't going to give you, like, nobody's back there writing Shakespeare. Those guys are not paid to do this. So you, as a physical actor, have to find a way to sell whatever you're given. And what's incredible is very often you don't know what's gonna work. So you never know what's gonna pop that sticks for you. And you can tell this by a lot of the biggest, most popular wrestlers that people know aren't what they started as.
Oh, definitely not. Yeah.
Because that's not what worked. With the exception of The Undertaker. Nobody gets why The Undertaker worked. Nobody understands that. Don't question it.
Oh, man.
Man had one gimmick for 30 years.
I mean, but even his gimmick changed. It morphed. It morphed.
His gimmick went through the most subtle changes, with the exception of that weird American badass.
That was the weirdest thing. It's like I remember that. It's funny. Like, I remember like old wrestling, like that stuff. I followed a lot. I just don't follow it currently.
Yeah. But the concept is, again, I always recommend people watch wrestling so you can recognize bad advertising and bad writing, because they will teach you bad advertising right in the front. The announcers have the biggest role to play, because everything they tell you tells you what you're supposed to see, not what you see, what you're supposed to be seeing. While the guys in the ring's job is to make sure that they make it look like what they know those guys are going to say. And it's a really, really tricky dance to play. I think that dynamic is very lost. We're lost in the rest of sports, that people don't realize that every sport benefits from it. And it's why wrestling has lasted this long.
That's true.
Knowing the bad guy, knowing who to root for, knowing who you want to see get punched in the face, and knowing when to pull that trigger as a writer to make it feel most satisfying is a thing that wrestling has down, that nobody will give it credit for. I
probably should watch more current stuff.
You really should. You're not missing anything. Like, legitimately, tell you what, if something special happens, I'll send it to you.
All right, fair enough.
I don't think anybody should watch wrestling every single week, because it is not to that standard every single week.
I've also seen like the clips of what it looks like now. It is very different.
Yes,
it is.
It evolved.
Wild,
but it evolved. Like, they have money, they have time, so they've had to, and even more so now during things. But there was a particular interesting development where, partly due to not being able to put people in the stands, partly due to just sheer age, The Undertaker's last match is not really a traditional wrestling match. it's a movie scene. Like,
okay,
the whole is literally, it's shot at like a place. The person he's fighting like drives up with his crew. There's a bunch. It's literally, they shoot a B movie of a scene.
Huh.
I would have never believed that could happen in wrestling. And the moment I saw it, I was like, oh, this is clearly the natural evolution of what we were already doing. I never would have expected it. But to get back to the point I was trying to make is, there's a point there in sports where someone chooses to play either the good side or the bad side, and you have to value the person that is your competition.
Yeah.
Like, it's a thing that Larry Bird and Magic Johnson very much talk about. Any old Larry Bird Magic documentary, I think you should watch.
Okay.
Because they have this unique amount of respect for each other, where even when they're not around each other, they're always thinking about the other one. Like, Magic would very often talk about how, man, I bet Larry's shooting like 100 free throws today.
Yeah.
I have to shoot 150. That's just how he thought.
Yeah.
And this was before they ever met. And they realized they actually liked each other as people.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, this guy's nice.
That's pretty cool.
And there's like, this is the thing that wrestling also taught me, is if you belittle your opponent, if you won, you beat trash.
Yeah.
And if you lose, you lost to trash.
Yeah.
Like, there's no upside.
There's no
there.
upside here.
So you have to learn to build your opponent. This is the thing you can watch with the last, I think, 5 years of Mayweather fights, when he had become so dominant that every press conference was, well, there's no way this guy beats you, right? So he has to turn his promotion to, man, maybe this guy will give me a battle. Like,
yeah.
Like, man, he's like, he would have to talk up his opponent.
Like, I haven't noticed that in the UFC. Now I think about it, it's usually the opposite.
UFC has a very big star problem. It's why Dana White's been trying to get out of that business for years. His stars don't build themselves very well, and the few stars that he built are either aging out now or they don't stay out of trouble well. So he has this very big problem. Like, he doesn't have very good guys. Like, his good guys didn't win for a while. Like, Cormier was genuinely a pretty good guy.
Yeah.
Cormier could not beat John Jones.
No.
John Jones is not always a good guy, but he is one of the best MMA fighters I've ever seen.
I think, I don't know, have you paid any attention to Israel Adesanya?
Yes.
I want that fight so bad, dude. I want to see that so bad.
John
Jones versus that guy.
Oh my god, the style benders. Yeah,
I think that is a very good balance of like a genuine good guy, like a good guy character, and
I think Adesanya's too green. No, my only problem is he might be a little green.
Yeah,
but you're absolutely right when it comes to style.
Like play like a
if Jones has lost a step, it's a close fight. Like, if Jones is not at his best, it's I would pay to see that.
Yeah,
I'd pay to see that. What y'all want? 80? 100?
Yeah.
Like, 100%. But like, it's the difference between, it's the thing with McGregor as well. Like, McGregor fights he's hard to balance because very often he ends up either overmatched or undermatched in the ring, which I don't think a lot of people are cognizant of, because he is such a showboat. He's such a big character that even when he's overmatched, he talks him enough to make it seem like it was a good fight. Yeah. I mean, he broke a guy's nose with his shoulder. Yeah. Like
I forgot about it.
Like, legitimately, if that were a boring fighter, you would have walked out of that fight going, well, this was completely a complete mismatch.
You just held him for 3 rounds.
It was a complete mismatch. Yeah. Like, this guy didn't stand a chance. You beat this guy without throwing a punch.
Yeah, I like watching McGregor fights, but I think that he has evolved himself to a type of person that I no longer want to see.
You want to see him get beat?
I don't want to see him even fight. I don't want him to, like, I want him to be retired. Oh. I don't. So.
Oh, I would pay. I can't wait for Khabib too. I would love for Khabib to fight him again.
I don't want to see him fight that guy again. I love watching Khabib now. I would love to just watch more Khabib fights, maybe with some people that are like have a little bit better ground game. But I'm kind of over the McGregor thing. Like,
that's why I like to see him lose. Like, legitimately, again, he's a heel to me. And this is why I brought up the wrestling analogy, because he fits very much into that mold. There is something to playing a good heel that somebody really wants to see you go down. And the problem was Khabib did not play very good face. I think now Khabib is a little bit more seasoned, and I think he knows the position both everyone has Conor in and everyone would see him in now.
Maybe I've watched a lot of like his recent like interviews and stuff, and he seems to me like he's like the epitome of a MMA fighter. He does not really care much about the theatrics. He does not give a shit about that. All he cares about is winning. He wants to win, and he wants to do it in the most dominating fashion he possibly can.
Oh, that's fair.
And while that's great for him
it's
in
bad
terms
for the
of
business,
it's really bad for the business.
This is Mayweather.
Yeah, like exactly. Like
problem.
it's just like you're such a good fighter, but you lack the charisma. Sometimes he does it. Like there's clips of him like talking to like some little kids and like taking pictures and like he does some.
And this is why I think Conor is the opponent for him. Conor brings that. Like you don't need Khabib to be an outspoken good guy if everybody wants the bad guy to shut up enough.
Yeah.
And Conor will be like this is the thing that people give Ali a lot of credit for. If you think about it, and the time that Ali was a fighter, there weren't that many great fighters he was facing.
Yeah.
It didn't matter though because everybody wanted to see him.
Right.
His show. That's Conor. Now, he doesn't have to be the best fighter in the ring. He is very good.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have to be the best if you want to see him lose.
That's true.
Like, especially with the racial component in Ali's era, you got to imagine a certain amount of people wanted to see him just be shut up.
I mean, I think that was something that the Conor and Khabib thing played into, especially when Conor started bringing in like religion and stuff. Like people were like, "All right, like, let's see."
All right, well now somebody I really want to see one of these guys be shut up.
Yeah,
it's why I think it's such poetic justice that Conor got choked out. Like legitimately, everybody wants you to shut up. Yeah, and Khabib is like, "Shh."
Yeah.
It's okay. I love it.
Man, he does. You know what? Maybe Khabib does have the charisma, but it's in a different place because he doesn't
bring it for everybody because everybody doesn't bring it out of him.
Well, so I was watching an old fight of his, and with the fight in Conor, he does something that not a lot of fighters do, which is talk to their opponents while he's fighting them, which. Insane mind game. I think about that a lot.
Silva used to do that.
Yeah. Like it's just like
it's terrifying.
Yeah.
I was like, "Fam, why are you talking? I'm trying not to get hit." Like
there's a fight of Khabib and God, I forget the guy's name. He was a pretty prominent fighter. He's a black guy. I forget his name. But he has this guy up against the cage on the ground, kind of on his side, and he's just pummeling him. And he sits there and he's like, "You must give up. I deserve to fight for this belt. You must give up." And he's just beating the. I'm like, that is terrifying.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was have you ever heard about the Ali Frazier fight?
No.
Where in the middle of the fight, Ali is saying, "Allah told me to beat you tonight," and Frazier said like he can step up and get his ass kicked too. Like it just in the middle of this murderous boxing match.
I love that. I love that
conversation. And he's like, and literally,
that's
Ali
awesome.
is like, "I am God sent to beat you," and Joe Frazier's like, "Not my God."
Yeah,
like legit in this
that's
fight.
Awesome.
Like Frazier grew to hate him before that fight. He even like again. I implore you look back on it because you. Especially now that you appreciate MMA,
oh yeah,
you'll appreciate the boxing.
That
roots.
Sounds awesome.
Frazier said before that fight, he prayed, "God help me to beat this man because he's not righteous."
Oh,
he literally hated Ali before that fight. So they brought so much more to it, and Ali brought the showmanship. By the time they got to the ring, Ali was just excited about how much he was getting paid.
Yeah,
he had no real ill will for Joe Frazier, but Joe Frazier hated him
like, nah,
because of how much he talked. that they have that same spark. And I think that Dana White has been looking for someone to have that spark because he does not be
an insane person.
Yes.
Outside of, like that's been the problem. It's
he
like
needs a heel to stay in the ring.
Yeah.
Instead of being a heel that's everywhere and is a heel. But that's again a very old school thing because old wrestlers used to never drop kayfabe. If you were a heel, you were a heel everywhere you went.
But you didn't do anything illegal.
Sometimes you did. Sometimes those stories didn't get brought out.
That's
like legitimately, if you ever look up Fabulous Moolah, there's an old female wrestler. This was the most gangster female I've ever heard. She would very often,
familiar.
Yeah, they almost named the first Women's Royal Rumble after her, and then they had to change it because Snickers told them no, because the real stories about who the Fabulous Moolah was came out. She would sleep with men and rob them. And beat them up because no one would ever admit that this woman robbed them.
Oh my God.
And then later on, she very often, she got into some things where she pimped out some other female wrestlers to some other promoters and such, which was really, really bad.
Wow.
So Snickers was like, yeah, no, we're not naming an event with our sponsorship after her. That's not going to happen.
Damn.
But that's the thing. Wrestlers were very good at keeping this all under the covers when they were back in the day. And this was pre-internet, so news just didn't travel that fast. Now, it's hard to never drop kayfabe, which is why Conor McGregor ends up in so many real-life situations. Because he wants to play this bad guy all the time.
I don't have a problem with you playing the bad. Don't punch old people in the face. Don't throw things at don't break buses. Like I just like you can be the bad guy. I just need you to not do illegal shit that will cause you not to be able to fight.
You're right.
That's
You're 100%.
And not make the sport look like.
And that's the line.
Yeah, I'm like, don't do that.
He hasn't figured out how to ride that line yet.
Yeah.
but yeah, that's been kind of the interesting thing there. And I think that's the thing that esports hasn't really built properly that I really want to see. I want to see the good guy that I want to see win and the bad guy that I really want to see lose. Like there have been a few people that I've been like, oh man, I can't wait for. Like I think it was Smug when they did when TNT was doing the E3 tournaments.
Yeah,
or not? I don't know if it was E3, whatever it was, but they were doing tournaments and it was like a weekly thing where you would show who was playing these games. And I know Smug was there. I know. There were a couple other people that I recognized from just randomly watching Twitch.
Yeah.
So I watch Street Fighter because it's a game I enjoy watching people play. And I can't watch a lot of it because it gets too repetitive.
Yeah.
But watching one or two matches is really, really fun because you get to watch how this person masters this character, as long as it's not Balrog. I can't do Balrog. I just can't do slow looping punches, man. They're boring.
I think
people are trying to remember who I am.
Yeah, they're like, did you play Yu-Gi-Oh at all?
I did play Yu-Gi-Oh. I've played Yu-Gi-Oh on 2 separate occasions. I played Dragoonities. I played Dragoonity when it was big in the early 2000s, I believe.
I think so. It's been a while since that.
I learned Gravekeepers, but I never owned that deck. And then I played Psychics when Grand Soil came out.
Oh yeah, that was a card. I forgot about those guys.
I loved Psychics.
Oh man,
I loved E-Telly. I loved Emergency Teleport. I loved Grand Soil Elemental Lord. I also played Dino Rabbit for a while because Dino Rabbit was hilarious.
It was a really good deck.
Exactly. I was like, I liked Yu-Gi-Oh when it forced people to play in unexpectedly fair ways. That was one of my favorite ways.
I didn't mind someone having a very unfair board. I just didn't like when I'm trying to remember where that point happened because there's a clear point before it and after it where like people like it was a time where net decking wasn't as big of a thing. And then at some point, it just made a hard turn to like, this is the only way to play this game. I was just like, I hate this.
It's going to sound real Haiti. I know it. It's Trishula.
Probably.
Trish was real bad.
Probably.
Like, I remember that being the time where I specifically stopped enjoying even watching the game.
Yeah. Like,
because it was just, it got to be really gross. Trishula. at that time was just gross.
You would see people play cards you've never seen before, and you were just like, what is this? And then they would do something cool, and you'd be like, oh, wow. Yeah. I wasn't expecting that. Like, I might have something in my side deck to deal with this, but I've not seen this before. And then now, everyone is the exact same things. And I was just like, why? And it's not just that this is the exact same things. I get that like the best is gonna kind of rise to the top. I understand that. What really discourages me now is people don't even like when you try to go off the beaten path. They won't like if everyone's like playing these 40 cards and you go, but I could do this and it would still be really, really good.
Right.
But I'd be playing a couple different things. People go, well, why are you doing that? And I'm just like,
so Magic is running into the same problem very recently. Oh, excuse me. Magic's running into this really weird homogeneity problem that used to not be an issue back in the day, and this is true of old Yu-Gi-Oh as well. You used to not be able to play all the best cards in the same deck.
That's true.
So you would be forced to try and pick a strategy that you could play the thing that did this thing really well, or you could play the thing that did this thing really well, but not both. So if I wanted to play, say I wanted to play a ramp deck, I remember the time where I remember Magic being particularly goofy was Jund was everywhere.
Yeah.
And Jund was really, really problematic because in the first few iterations of Jund were legitimately like $30 decks. like
everyone shows up to FNM like
there's a 12-year-old that top aided like a pro event.
Oh my god.
Because like the power of there's a game, I remember deck building was the most frustrating thing. Do you know the card Blightning?
Yeah. Yeah, I played during that.
Yeah. So there was a straight up event. It had to be at least 2 FNMs where I played Jund in round 1, and it was turn 1 something, turn 2 something, turn 3 Blightning, turn 4 Bloodbraid Elf into Blightning, and the game is over. The game is just done. Like, it doesn't actually matter what else happens from here. There's a 3-2 with haste on the board, and you're down 4 cards, and you've taken 6. So whatever else you're gonna do from here, you're at this deficit.
Yeah.
That strategy became so powerful and so ubiquitous that nothing else was really playable. And then there were a few things that countered. There was that deck, and then there was the deck that countered that deck. And that was the real beginning of the end. Like, oh crap, we can play the deck, or we can play the deck that beats the deck. Or we can play something that tries to dodge them.
Yeah.
Like, we could not sit down to deck build if our deck could not face 2 Blightnings and still stay alive. Like, if you could not recover from losing 4 cards and 6 life, you didn't have a deck for that format. Yu-Gi-Oh went to a very similar place where I think it was what's the card? It was in Plants. It was in Plant Synchro.
Glow Up Bulb?
Yeah.
Yeah. Glow Up Bulb and Spore or something.
Yeah.
Something Spore.
And something Blossom. But at that time, like, once it became
Fire Blossom.
Lone Fire Blossom. Yeah. Holy crap, I hate this deck. It became a thing where you had to play all these cards to counter the best deck. So everybody was playing Max C's, and then everybody was playing like, and then it became okay, your deck had these amount of slots for answers to the field, and then these amount of slots for your engine, and then these amount of slots to make sure all your things in your side deck work. And that was how you built every deck. It wasn't about a genuine strategy anymore. It was just about trying to answer what your opponent's doing instead of trying to do something.
I like cards like Max C though. I think cards like that are my favorite way of countering things. It's not like an actual thing that just says, no, you don't get to fucking play. It says, you have a decision to make now. You can continue doing what you were planning on doing, but it's gonna cost you, and it's gonna cost you heavily. Or you can stop, and hopefully things don't go as bad for you. Like,
it's the answer's too wide. It's it's Teferi, the 3-drop Teferi.
Okay.
Whereas Teferi doesn't completely stop any one thing.
But I feel like He does. He takes away instant speeds. That's
Yes.
that's a wide like.
What did Maxi do?
But Maxi didn't stop you from special summoning. It just punished you for doing it.
Yes, but if all of the field is trying to special and everybody wants to then punish.
Sure, but there were games that you could win if you did quote unquote take the Maxi challenge and continue summoning monsters.
and
You could still win.
You could beat Teferi.
You can't play your instance though.
Yes.
Like you just said.
He creates the same problem where if you know Teferi is going to be in the field, everybody has to be able to answer this thing.
Sure.
Or if since we can't play at instant speed because Teferi's so good, we have to get the most value out of what we're playing at regular speed. So how do we do that? Oh, Fires of Invention lets us use our mana twice.
It's absurd.
Wilderness Reclamation untaps all our stuff at the end of turn, so if we have activated abilities, we can still use them. Like, it's a natural response to the way things exist.
That's fair.
Like, the metagame develops based on the cards that you put in it. So, yeah, when your team develops, like, I don't think Maxi was a problem naturally. I think that everything in the format wanting to special summon makes Maxi a problem. So, if everybody's trying to special summon in weird new ways because that's the only mechanic you've pushed for 3 years, you have to make Maxi because you have to slow everybody down.
But that's what I liked was they didn't like in Magic they never banned 3 Teferi, did they?
Yeah, they did.
They did?
Yeah,
They did.
They banned him from standard.
Yeah.
And actually, they banned him in all formats now. He's only legal in like vintage. I think he's still legal in modern and vintage, but all the online formats, he's dead.
Jesus. I like that people adapted to the Teferi. Like I like that part of that, where like people said, okay, this card exists, so I need to make sure my deck has a strategy that can deal with the mass effect it's putting on the board. Whereas the same thing I felt like was with Maxi, where it was like that didn't get a chance to happen. It was just like, hey, this card's really strong, ban it. Like, no one got a chance to adapt to it. No one got to, like, because there are counterplays that you can do to that. Yeah. And some of them involve decking your opponent out, which I thought was awesome. I was like, that is a really awesome way to deal with this card. Yes. Where, like, now, they're also taking the Maxi challenge. Because if I can summon enough monsters, like, you lose. Like,
yeah.
So,
absolutely.
I don't know. There just wasn't a time. Oh, nice. Hey.
Hi.
Oh, I did. Okay, I did set that up. All right, I did. I didn't realize to set that up.
Nice.
What's up, Mike? Or wait, I said Mike. That is not your name at all. Merkel, Drake, Droga.
Elder Dragon.
Oh,
sounds like Elder Dragon, but I don't know who that is.
Oh, hello. I didn't realize I had set up the channel points thing though. Well, now you can do that.
Cool.
Instead, so you can highlight your messages. It only costs 100, so it should be relatively cheap.
But yeah, there's an interesting thing that happens, especially in game design, where if you get too linear in what you're doing, you end up having to print an answer, and then you can't predict how people will pivot around your answer.
That's true.
Which is, I think, what happened with Teferi. Like, legitimately, people won't ever talk about this because they don't like to think about it, but before Teferi existed, there were some of the most disgusting control and counter cards I have seen in Magic in a long time. Have you played Veil of Summer? Veil of Summer still makes me
cards absurd.
Nauseous.
It's dumb. I played 4 of them. It was a good time.
I sound like a super hipster because I'm always just like, man, I miss the days when green was fair. Because green's my favorite color IRL, and it was my favorite Magic color before it was the oppressive one.
Yeah, it was the second color I played competitive Magic with. The first one was red, and then it was green, and I was like, I like this. This is fun.
All of my best finishes have been with green decks, to be fair. But like, it's just been one of those weird moments where I hear people constantly talk about how green's just overpowered.
It really is,
and they're not wrong. But like, I just feel weird because I was like, I never heard this from
we
blue.
had to struggle. Like,
I played Magic when Cyclonic Rift was in Standard. I opened packs of Jace the Mind Sculptor. Like, like, it sounds super odd, I know, but I'm like, I remember when Jace Beleren was problematic, where you're like, man, they're just gonna draw an extra card every turn. Like, I remember the struggle there.
Oh man, What set did you start playing in? What set was that?
Oh man, technically speaking, it would be original Mirrodin.
Okay.
So 2002.
Okay.
Or early 2003.
That was around my first pack I bought was a Kamigawa pack.
I love Champions of Kamigawa.
And then I didn't know what I was doing. I just had cards. So I had cards then, and then it wasn't until Shards and that Alara Zendikar kind of block that I started actually playing and competing and like investing into card games. So I hate that about my knowledge with Magic is there's chunks. There's chunks that I missed out on. Like, but I mean, I'm kind of learning them now because I still play Commander every now and then, so I know them. But
so it's one of the things I appreciate about the game is because it's lasted this long. You still get to see somebody else's face the first time they see something.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that I appreciate to no end. Just because there are things that like there are old cards that I'm like give me real anxiety.
Yeah.
And other people are like, I don't get it.
He's like,
I was like,
you don't know.
Oh, you've never died to this.
It's like
that's cute. Watch. Just watch.
Just look like you guys didn't count it. All right. Yeah. Cool.
So again, I remember when Lorwyn dropped. I played Lorwyn pre-release. And I remember I have like real bad PTSD with Profane Command. Because people love Cryptic because Cryptic's stupid. I get it. Cryptic's stupid. Cryptic's still stupid.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing Cryptic Command is not a busted Magic card. I'm just saying, if you looked up the number of games that I lost to a Profane Command for one, you would be like, that can't be correct.
Yeah.
And it's legitimately like, hey, that guy can't block minus that guy Xaxes. It's that like, kind of game. Because the people I learned to play Magic with learned to play Magic as it was created. Yeah. So the way they play Magic is so much more precise and so much different. Like until the colossal power creep jump that we got to in 2017.
What was that?
Kaladesh.
Kaladesh? Yeah.
Kaladesh was... Oh boy. Like, and again, I started in Mirrodin. So I'm used to artifacts being the problem. So I was like, I'm like, oh man,
they're making a set with a bunch of art.
You're doing a thing.
Okay, I don't.
Yeah,
you guys like, sure? All right.
That's what that's what my brain's doing. I was like, I'm looking for Disciple of the Vault. So I'm like, yo, whatever thing just says for every artifact you control is going to be wild problematic. I don't know what else this set does, but I expect it. So when I saw energy, I was like, wait, your opponent can't take it from you.
I literally was saying when that mechanic came out, I was just like, hey guys, what if it was a shared pool? Wouldn't that make it balanced?
Just make it so there are vampires. Make the vampires eat energy. If you have energy, they eat energy. If you don't, they eat life. They're in the set.
I was so angry. I was just like, this is the dumbest thing. I remember that was around the time that I started playing competitively again with another red deck. And I was just like, yes, I'm winning, but this is not fun. This is not fun at all. Like this, like
I can't tell you how many times I watched Aetherworks Marvel, and I was just like, "Fam, it's just spin the wheel, win the game." Like I'm from Extended, where I used to. My game plan is how can I chain together these 6 spells to kill you, and they're just like turn 3, turn 1, 1 spell, energy, turn 2, 1 spell, more energy. Turn like every turn, and then turn 4, they're like, I guess I'll try and win the game now. You're like, wait, you haven't done anything.
It's like, yeah, but this card says I win.
I was like, I hate this.
You can't counter it.
What is this garbage? And it like I remember the dynamic shift there where I was like, this is a problem. And people love thinking that the 4-drop problem started here. 4-drop problem started with Jace the Mind Sculptor. I'm sorry to tell you, your 4-drop problem started in World Wake. And you've slowly come to grips with how it's creeped across the rest of the game.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. Like in the job that I do, it is I find myself flip-flopping a lot of like which card game I think is the best or that I like or I want to play the most. And I feel like it's almost always dependent on like the most recent set
for
each of them. It's just like, all right, you guys fixing your issues? Nope. All right, cool. I'm gonna keep playing this. Like it's like,
yes.
Did you guys? Oh, you guys created a problem. You guys gonna fix it? Nope. I guess I'll go back to this. It's just like it's literally that. It's like, I'm right now. I'm kind of torn because Magic is doing something that I think they should have done a long time ago. Where they have mana on the flip side of cards.
Yes.
I was like, guys, thanks. This is what you should have been doing a long time ago.
Oh, you figured out the versus system was correct.
Yeah.
When anything can be a land.
Every new card game has done this. Yeah. Every single last one. Sure, they're not as popular as you, but the biggest problem that game has is mana.
Of course.
It's its worst,
absolutely,
its biggest, most glaring flaw. And I think that is and what was wild was I was thinking to myself, I was like, they can't fix this. This is a problem. They're just going to always have this problem. And it wasn't until they did this flip land thing, I was like, oh, wait.
There it is.
That does it. That actually fixes the problem.
Well, they could do the, like, the only other game that had a mana system that was as rigid as Magic was L5R. And they would never have done what L5R did, where your lands were a separate deck.
Yeah. They wouldn't do that.
Yeah. Forcible had a very similar thing, but that game had a lot of other issues.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it was the weird thing that mana was the weird thing that made you unique and also made you deeply problematic.
Yeah.
Because like I can't tell you how many legit finals to their big events are just a guy drawing lands row in a row in a row or not having
handshake
his land to
so
play
bad.
Any of his spells. And I was like, oh my God, they did it. They fixed it.
Yeah.
Why did this take this long?
Like, I don't know. I've read like videos and articles and stuff, and people are like, "Oh, well, we want this level of variance in the game, and this would be it makes it so that each game is different." And all I'm like, "That's cool, but you're robbing the skill out of the game every time that happens." You're right. You are adding new variables to the game. That's cool and all, but at a competitive level, this sucks.
Yes.
This is not fun. Like I can't implement my strategy that I spent this time buying and building.
Yes.
Because your game just sometimes tells me I don't get to.
And variance is the thing you want right up until the point you're talking about something at its apex.
Correct.
You don't want variance when you're watching the best two things compete.
That's why I like this idea. It's a good strategy where you still have the variance, but you also have an option to play. Now, the issue is I don't think they're going to make that many more of those. And that's the problem. They should make more of those, but I don't think they will. So we'll see.
I think it will be wholly dependent on how broken or not broken these are.
I don't think they can be broken. Like
they can.
How? Maybe I missed it.
So you haven't seen the Oops All spell stack?
I don't think so, no.
So there's in Gatecrash, they decided to change the wording on one of their oldest mechanics. So before they keyworded mill, you used to whenever you had a way to mill people, you used to mill a specific amount.
Right.
There are about, I think, 4 or 5 cards in Gatecrash that specifically say mill till you hit a land or mill till you hit X lands.
Okay.
Guess what? Your modal dual face cards aren't on the face. They're not lands on their face.
Yeah.
So there are a few decks that are floating around some of the middle formats. I know people have been testing it in Modern. I don't think it's been very good in Modern yet, but I know it was in whatever. I think it's Historic or Pioneer, whichever one of them is oldest. I think it's Historic. They've been testing this build where essentially you don't play any real lands in the deck. You play all the flip ones.
Yeah.
And those are your lands you play for the turn. And then when you play this guy, it mills your entire deck. And so you play this guy, pay 1 and sack. I think he's like pay 1 and sack a creature. And then you mill until you hit a land. Target player mills till they hit a land. So they milled their entire deck. They put either 4 creatures into the yard, or they creeping chill you for 9 out of the gate, or both. And then they find a way to get those creatures back to the board and then attack you. I don't think the deck has staying power. I don't think the deck is busted by any means.
But something like that could exist.
The closer build is Belcher, Goblin Charbelcher, which is a Mirrodin card. Because again, artifact set. Problematic. Goblin Charbelcher is one of my favorite artifacts. It's an old magic card. It's a 4-mana artifact, and it has 1 activate ability. It's pay 3, activate it, and reveal cards from the top of your deck till you reveal a land. You deal damage equal to target equal to the number of cards revealed this way. If you reveal a mountain, that damage is doubled.
That's dumb.
So it's been one of my favorite deck building projects.
Jesus.
Is to try and make a 0 land deck, or to get as close. Before the Moto Dual Faces, it was a deck builder's dream to get as low as you could in this deck.
How much mana is this thing?
4. Cost 4 to cast, 3 to activate.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah, it's a goofy little concept. They made a red spell in Throne of Eldraine that makes 7 red mana you could only use to cast red spells or activate abilities of artifacts.
The moment you said that, I was like, oh no. And I think that spell is like a 3-drop or something
yes,
like that.
Ironcrag Feet.
Yeah, that's
this
bad.
deck has also been testing all the Moto Dual Face lands for the exact same reason.
God, that's scary. But but see,
it's a deck building project.
It would suck
once. It would suck game 1.
Well, no,
and then you hate the crap out of it. You know how to beat it.
It would suck to lose to it, but on the same hand, you'd be like, "That's awesome."
Exactly.
Like I love decks like that. I love card games like that where it's like, "Oh, you did something unique and it worked. More power to you, man. Like that's awesome." Like,
and your fail rate is respectable.
Sure.
Like there is a problem to any deck whose downside is 0. Like if your deck works 100% of the time, why are we playing? That's gross. Like
this is not fun.
Just you won. It's over. The variance is good, but the downside has to not be you draw lands and that's all that happened this game.
That's fair.
Which I think is what the Moto Dual Face cards fix.
Maybe they shouldn't make too many more of them. Maybe like one more run and that's it.
You have to be very sparing as to where you put them. And you could attach any. First of all, more of them need to be legendary. I don't know why you don't just make the land on the other side legendary, so you don't have this problem of people playing too many.
That's true.
It's a simple fix that they just don't use for some
one
reason.
set of them is right.
Probably the mythics.
Yeah, I think the mythics are.
But like that's the way you protect against them using too many of those at a time. You just make them legendary because you can't have more than one. Or you just attach other stuff to them, like, hey, if your flip condition is discard a card, that card is way less good.
Yeah,
Magic has taught us this over time. You're only gonna break so many things by discarding cards.
That's true.
But like, or exile, any number of ways.
Some way of losing advantage by playing the card.
And instead of gaining too much advantage on every single card, which is the place Magic's in now.
Yeah.
The game I've had the most fun with recently, like you said, I often flip from game to game. There's a game called Legends of Runeterra.
I remember hearing about this game, seeing people play it, and never playing it myself.
As far as unique mechanics go, it's probably my favorite.
Okay.
Just because instead of picking individual cards to build your deck, you have to pick regions, and you have these champions in the regions. So your deck can only have 6 champions total.
Okay.
So you have. And you can play at max 3 of any one card. So you can play 3 of one champion, 3 of another. But your whole deck as a whole can only come from 2 regions. So you can combine your champions and your decks from multiple combinations of regions, and the regions have cards that work different ways.
I mean, I guess it's kind of like colors, but in a different way.
Less restrictive because you're not tied to the mana.
Yeah.
But the mechanics in all of them are much wider because the concept of they have a concept called vulnerable where you can essentially force your opponent to block. Like you can this guy's vulnerable, so you can pull him, and then they have a concept called challenger where your creature can force anyone to block. Like if your guy has challenger, he picks a blocker for him. He's like, hey, I'm attacking
that guy,
this guy, but there's an attack token, so you can't attack every turn. The attack token flips.
So if someone has a token but chooses not to attack, they keep the token.
You can't attack them on that turn. So you have to wait till your next turn where you get the token. So like if I start and I have the attack token, my creatures can attack, and there's no summoning sickness.
Yeah, but what if you don't attack? Do you keep the token?
I pass turn, and the token flips at the turn change.
Okay.
So like on next when I go past turn, token goes to you. Now you can choose to attack for the turn.
But when they pass turn, wouldn't the token come back to you?
Yeah, it flips from turn to turn. Like turn 1, I'll have the token. Turn 2, you'll have the token. Turn 3.
So the turns are concurrent, like at the same time?
Yes, we build, but only one of us can attack.
Gotcha. Okay.
Is
I was confused. I was like, well, that means that everyone would always get to attack.
That's the other thing.
Yeah.
Like there are things that give you an attack token in the game. So you can be prepping like it's cool. I've got the attack. My opponent can't attack, and they're like,
"Nah, I got one."
Rally, and you're like, "Oh no."
Maybe I give it a shot. The reason I never hopped onto it was because it's kind of the similar thing that kind of took me out of Hearthstone. I didn't know anything, or I didn't know enough about League of Legends to play it.
I don't know anything about League of
Legends. Yeah,
like legitimately, I know nothing about League of Legends. I saw the look for a card game, and that's naturally just a thing I appreciate. So I wanted to give it a try, and then as I got into it, I appreciated number one, all the decks play, or not all the decks, but almost all the decks play very differently. Like the champions all have different flavors to them. Like there's a dude named Yasuo whose whole thing is he stuns people.
Yeah.
But he's a samurai.
Yeah.
So like, hey, if you stun a guy, I'm gonna go and slash that guy.
Yeah.
And then all your champions like level up where under a condition where they get stronger. And his first, like on the first phase, he's like, hey, if you stun a guy, I'm gonna shock him. I'm gonna deal 2 damage to him. But if he's leveled up, he's like, hey, if you stun a guy, I'm going to attack him with whatever my power is. He's not going to hit me.
I just get to hit.
I get to just kill that guy.
I remember I saw the game. Now you're saying that. I remember I saw the game played because Riot did something that I'd like to see more companies do, where they did like a triathlon. When Valorant came out, they were like, "All right, you play all of our games in a tournament." I was like, "This is dope."
Like, so they're and again, their team structure is literally a guy who specializes in each game to carry and teach the other guys to get them up to speed,
which I thought was genius.
Yes, it makes the teams more important. It makes those players more important because the player is specialized in his game, but he's also part of a whole.
Right.
And it's the best way. I agree. Riot's system was the best.
I might
for that.
That's gonna make me play their games more. Now that I think about it,
I enjoy Riot.
I liked Valorant, and I liked League of Legends for a little bit. But yeah, Blizzard could do that, I guess. The problem is Blizzard is kind of muddy now because they have Activision stuff in there, and I'm like, don't use that.
They're too big.
Yeah,
you're right. They're too big. But it is the thing I like about Riot. Yeah. Like you kind of have to be like if you want to be the best at their event, you have to be the best across all their games. I think that's valuable.
Actually, you know what? They actually have the exact same setup. They have StarCraft, Hearthstone, and Overwatch. They have like a very similar setup. I guess a MOBA is different to like RTS, but close enough.
The concept, the concept still sticks.
Yeah.
But like I've just enjoyed. You get the big thing with mobile games like that is always monetization, which that's the thing I appreciate. Like I've spent $20 and I've played the game for 8 months now, and I have almost every card in the game.
Oh wow, okay.
Like. You get an absurd amount of free rewards, so there's easy way to get in, and as long as you play, you earn a bunch of stuff. Their draft format is the best.
Okay.
To me, it's called Expeditions.
You keep the draft like you would in Magic?
Or no.
Okay.
But you can. There are draft tokens, so you can essentially pay your way into the draft with either real money, which is the worst way to play their game. Don't use real money. Shards, which you earn from all the stuff in the game. And expedition tokens, which you get every week for a reward.
Okay.
So you can get one free draft essentially every week, even if you don't play, which is nuts because the drafts are themselves 2 full events.
That's absurd.
You get 2 trials to get 7 wins each trial. So you can get like the first trial, pick your cards, and then after every round, you get a chance to switch things. And then before you go for your 6th win, and it's before you get 3 losses. Yeah. So like you can win 7 times before you lose 2 in a row.
I might give it a shot. I think I'm gonna probably give that a shot.
Let me know if you do.
Yeah.
I think the game is very, very good. It's unique in that like they introduced daylight and nightfall in the last set, which was your cards trigger for daylight if they're the first card you play in a turn, and your cards trigger for nightfall if they're not.
Okay.
But like their triggers are insane. There's like a 1-mana 2/2 that just gets +1 until end of turn if it's the first card you play. So it's a straight up 1-mana 3/3. On attacks, that's nuts.
Yes.
On defense, that's nuts.
Yeah.
And the 2 drops the same way. It's a 3/2 that if it's Daybreak is a 3/6. So it's just like, hey, I got a huge butt. Just block, block, block. But all the mechanics in the game are something like that. They all do interesting, different, new stuff.
Okay.
And they've just recently been adding more stuff to the game. So I got swamped all over again. Just learning all the new. They introduced a bunch of dragons in the last thing.
That was the beginning of.
It's always like, God damn it!
It's like no. Like,
oh no!
They did that in Hearthstone, and it was just like, oh all right, fine.
But yeah, there's a chick named Fiora who literally she's like, hey, if I survive killing 4 things, you win the game.
Oh, okay, that's insane. I like alternative like
exactly
win mechanic stuff like that too.
So the whole thing with her is you have to constantly make shields and protect her from damage, while still getting her in the red zone because she has challengers. So you can pick what she attacks and what blocks her, but you still have to find a way to keep her alive. And to your opponent, man, there's a giant red flag of what I have to murder this team.
That sounds fun. I'll give that a shot. It's on mobile too, which is nice.
And it's only like on computer and on mobile. So if you ever want to give the game a look, let me know. I play more than enough of it at this point.
I think there's a couple people that I work with that play it too. I remember Bobby was Bobby Kinney. What game?
Curtis Stevens. It's Legends of Runeterra.
Yeah.
It's very, very, very fun. Riot Games.
Yeah, I was thinking about getting back into Hearthstone, but because of how their rotation system works, I would basically be starting over anyway if I got into that game. So like hopping into an actual new card game would probably be a lot of fun.
Yeah, Hearthstone. My problem with Hearthstone, and I've played Hearthstone for 5 years now because I've played Hearthstone since Jack's been born. Mm-hmm. I was one of the things I played in the hospital waiting to be dad. Yeah. It's just legit. I just had a phone in Hearthstone. But Hearthstone had the problem where they don't reward you well enough to play, is my thing. Like if you're not actively, and the ladder is just a grind. Yeah. That's the thing with Runeterra. I don't have that problem. You get a lot of points for your wins. Oh, he plays Demacia. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, that's Fiora's from Demacia. Okay. That's very much the concept.
Okay, yeah, I'll give it a shot. I might stream it sometime soon.
Oh my god, you gotta let me know.
Because the first day of like playing this game, just making all kinds of misplays.
Well, like again, the other thing that's big in the game that you'll appreciate from playing Magic is spell mana. So like any mana you have your mana gauge kind of clicks up to 10 one by one every turn. But if you don't spend it all, you can bank up to 3 of it into spell mana that can only be spent to cast spells. Okay. And as a result, the spells are a little bit more costed for what they do, which is balanced.
That makes sense. Yes. Okay.
So like your bounce spell, the bounce spell when I started the game costed 4 and was the best spell in the game. Like, hey, put that guy back in your hand. Best spell in the game. Yeah. And they were like, yeah, 6. That costs 5. I was like, gotta roll that up a little bit. But like the counterspell only exists in one region. Okay. So you only have to play counterspell against counterspell if you're playing against Ionia, which is really, really fun. Like, hey, if I'm playing against what's the region? Noxus. Noxus is much more aggro. Like a bunch of really low to the ground guys, a bunch of just direct damage to the face. All right, I know what I'm facing here. This is the shock deck. This is mono red. But if I'm playing against Shadow Isles, well, Shadow Isles is the control deck. Shadow Isles has Damnation. Shadow Isles has Murder a Guy. And Shadow Isles has my favorite spell in the game, Atrocity. Okay. Which is literally pick up a guy and throw it at your opponent. They made Fling, but in this game, Fling is exactly as deadly and overcosted as it should be. It costs 6. You're like, oh, hey, kill this guy and your face.
That's fair.
It's one of my favorite.
I'm assuming you can. It's only your guys you can fling.
Correct.
Okay, I was about to
yes.
say
It's sacrifice a creature
insane.
you control and deal damage equal to its power to your opponents.
All right, that's good. I do need something other than shooters to play right now, so that's perfect.
And with your knowledge of card games,
should be easy pickup. Yeah.
Their spells have 3 speeds. They're slow, fast, and burst.
Okay.
Slow spells can only be cast outside of combat.
Okay.
And they pass priority, so your opponent gets a chance to respond. Fast spells can be cast inside or outside of combat, but your opponent gets a chance to respond. Burst spells, your opponent gets no chance to respond.
Spell speed 3.
Yeah,
okay.
Which again, old school card gamers, you get. You're
that
like,
makes sense.
Oh, this is intuitive.
Yeah,
I can play this.
Sounds fun. I'm upset that I didn't give it a chance when I should have, like from the beginning. But
my friends who play Apex and who are not Apex, but my friends who play Valorant were the people who were like, "Hey, this game's coming. We know you love card games. It's from Riot. Give it a try." And I was like, "All right, I'll sign up in the beta and then I'll try it." And I was like, "Oh my god,
this is actually good." Oh man,
I had a blast.
All right, yeah, that's probably the next game I stream. Today's what? Monday?
Correct.
I have another day off until Saturday. Yikes.
Yeah.
But I'll probably stream at some point between there. Probably like Friday night or something like that. But
I
want so the dangerous thing now is I'm excited about this game. So but I want my first time I play it to be on stream, but that's gonna be hard because all I'm gonna think about is wanting to play that game. So that's the hardest thing about like finding games that I like, and then also choosing to stream them.
Well, do the tutorial. Do the tutorial.
That's
and
a
then
good idea.
Use because I think you get an expedition token for like getting through it all.
Yeah.
Do your first expedition
that makes sense.
on stream.
That's a good idea.
Because that way you get to see the cards as they're introduced to you. You pick like 3 cards at a time, so you get to see them, read them, and then watch what your opponent's doing with less powerful decks overall.
That makes sense. I don't know if you've heard of this game, Genshin Impact.
I've heard of it, but I haven't played it yet.
I almost don't want to recommend it. It's, dude. All right, so I've never played a gacha game on mobile, not once. I've never played one, and everyone's like, "This is a gacha game, Joe." I was like, "But it plays like Breath of the Wild, and I love that game. That game's dope." And they're like, "But it's a gacha. Don't fall for it." And I got it, and I was like, I remember playing it first time on stream. I was like, this is probably one of the best games I've ever played in my entire life. I was like, this is awesome. Fast forward to now, I think when I finished the stream, I was like adventure rank 9. I am now adventure rank like 32. And it's just been like, granted, I haven't given the game a lot of money. Right. It's just, the gacha system is it doesn't limit you from being able to play the game and its story. It does limit you from being able to advance far in its late game, and that I don't really like. But also, if you know about that going in, you can just save up the credits to just get the stuff you want.
Yeah.
I did not know about that going in, so I have thought hard about just re-rolling and doing a brand new account and playing again from the beginning. But I mean, that's tough. I've put a lot of time in that game.
Yeah, that was the thing for me. Like, I did not want to waste a bunch of time, re-rolling. That's always been my problem with Hearthstone. If you want to switch decks and you don't own everything in that game, it's rough. Next to being in paper Magic, it's god awful.
My brother and I, we were flying to go see our parents like a couple years ago, and I remember we saw the itinerary before we left, and it had a 5-hour layover. Jeez. And we were just like, well, this sucks. But Hearthstone had just come out. So like we were just like, all right, I'm going to put $100 into this game for 5 hours. I was like, I'm going to put this in there and we're going to play. I think altogether I probably spent like way more than that in that game. I've spent an absurd amount of money on that game. But
I've probably spent more than I'm comfortable with at this point.
Yeah.
More than I've gotten a lot out of the game, and it taught me a lot of what I know to look for and not look for in other games now. So there's value in that. Like, it's hard to quantify it, but I look at it like this. In the time I played that game, what I spent on that game, I didn't spend on any other games.
True. That's the way I look at Smite. Smite might be the game I spent the most money on. Yeah. Even though, but I never once in spending any money in that game felt bad for it. I always felt that what I was spending money on was adequate to what I was like. The value was always there.
Right.
It was just, I don't know if I felt that way with Hearthstone. I feel like there are certain points where I'm just like, this is not.
No, there are definitely bad buys in that game.
Yeah,
it's an awkward problem with Hearthstone. Like I said, once you pick a thing, it's like, okay, I got this thing. You get all the way down the rabbit hole in there. Like, there's just, and admittedly, Battlegrounds has made it much better now because there's something to do that doesn't require you to constantly grind the same decks over and over again. You get much more variety in their auto battler system.
Yeah.
But it is a far cry from what their game is.
Yeah.
So you're like, so hey, different. This looks like Hearthstone, but this is not Hearthstone. So like, I have not had to count what anything costs.
Yeah.
I don't really care about where my guys are placed right now, or too much, not as much, and I don't really set up plays well, like nearly as much in the auto battler. But it's for people who were looking for something like it. I suppose it brings them to Hearthstone, or it keeps them from leaving Hearthstone.
I don't know. I found now that I have a very fine-tuned, specific taste in each different type of game that I play.
Yep.
And the unfortunate side of that is my friends don't have that. And like, I say that and I hear my brother heard me say that. He'd be like, that's not true. You play every game. I was like, I'll try everything. But I will.
What you're trying to get out of it?
Yeah, I will immediately write a game off. Like if I hit something, I'm like, this is bad. Or there's some times where I don't even play. Like Watch Dogs Legions is coming out very soon.
I have no desire to play that game.
The only reason I would play it is because I've been playing Watch Dogs 2 with some of my friends, like multiplayer. I don't even think I've streamed that yet. I don't think I've streamed playing it because it's just like a fun.
It's just a thing you're doing to enjoy yourself.
Yeah. But it's super fun. If they all get Legions, I'll get it. But all it will take is one of them not getting it. I'm like, nope, I'm out. I'm not buying this game.
Yeah, like I have Pokemon DLC in 2 days now. So,
oh man, I think I just lost touch with that game at some point because I got Shield or Sword, one of them. I don't remember which one I got. Got one of them, and I got about, I want to say like 5 or 6 badges in, and then I just was like, I don't want to play this. There was some, and I think what it really stems from is the fact that I've played. It's a fan made game. It's called Pokemon Generations. I think I've showed it on the podcast before. I can find it again if I need to, but it's what Pokemon, in my opinion, should be, and not the way that it is. Because the way that it is, in my opinion, I was like, you guys have pumped out the same formula. I don't even know how many years now. I don't remember when like fucking Red and Blue came out. But like
96? Yeah, I think 96 or 97.
It's like that. This is too much. You guys, you can make something better, and you're choosing not to, or at least keep pumping that out, but make something better on the side. Give me some different Pokemon game.
My thing has always been, if you're going to do something that long, build on yourself. Like, there is no reason that there is not more interconnectivity with Pokemon games other than the collection that you've amassed.
I'm gonna find this for you so you can see what I'm talking about. This is by far one of the coolest. The hard thing is they lost their gameplay.
This was like a license thing?
Yeah, so like this is a dude that just 7 years ago? They didn't even, I don't want to do that yet. this is the premise. Hold on. I think I have. Yeah. So it's a 3D world,
right?
Where the Pokemon, they just exist. But the way the battles work is how I want the new Pokemon. Like I want the next Pokemon game to work this way. I guess this is kind of cool too, but this person sucks. Okay. All right.
But I get the concept.
The battles is what I was very excited about. It turned into like a fighter. Well, not like a 3D. Like there was some action in it.
They went Naruto with this.
Kinda, yeah.
They went Ultimate Ninja Storm.
I was like, give me that. I was like, this is what I want from Nintendo.
This is what made the animated series about. Like,
exactly,
because the battles are always the best.
They were dynamic, and I was like, you give me that.
No,
although this
fair.
dead Charmander on the ground is probably not great, but
no, that's fair. I can appreciate that. I think the raid battles are closer on that path. And admittedly,
that's true. Yep, yeah. I forgot about those.
And I imagine you didn't get the DLC for the Isle.
No.
Okay.
I literally just played the base game.
The Isle of Armor, the first DLC, on the island, your Pokemon can follow you around. You don't the Pokemon exist in the wild, in the overworld. You see them.
That's cool.
And you can walk up and interact with them.
I guess they had that in the base game too.
Yes, it's amplified to another degree.
That's good
because there are two dojo. Like the whole of the Isle of Armor concept is that you get a Pokemon and you have to train it. Like you get this legendary Pokemon and you have to take him all around the Isle to develop him. And then once you've developed him and trained him, you pick one of the two towers to challenge.
Okay.
And then as you fight your way up to that up to the top of that tower, and you face the leader at the end of that tower, which one you choose depends on how your legend evolves. So it evolves into a different thing depending on which tower you pick. It was really, really neat.
That seems cool.
And there are also some really, really cool things on the island. There's the biggest overworld spawn in the game is in that island. There's a Wailord. There's one Wailord.
That's awesome.
Out in the water.
That's great.
Now what's worse is the Sharpedo attack you in the water.
What?
The Sharpedo, you know how you can get on your Pokemon and swim.
Oh, they'll just
they're full bullets out there. They just
that's awesome.
They spear you.
They just torpedo.
Yes,
that's great.
And you can't outrun. Like if you're not going full speed, you can't outrun them. They run you down.
That's funny.
That's hilarious. It makes them feel most like real Pokemon,
right? Like
I've
animals
had in a long time.
I don't know.
And I appreciate it.
I want a new take on this series, and I feel like every time a new game comes out, I'm like, oh, this is it. No, nope, it's the same thing. But I tried. I didn't play. There was a very clear Pokemon knockoff, but it was super popular because it came out right before Sword and Shield. It's called Temtem.
I remember that.
Yeah, I didn't play it, but I watched people play, and I was like, this seems cool, but it didn't. It was essentially Pokemon MMO. But the multiplayer, there weren't really many multiplayer aspects to the game. It was just kind of like, hey, your friends are also running alongside you. I'm like, yeah, but we're playing completely different games.
That's the thing that they tried to push with the raids. Like, hey, get in with your 3 friends and let's go beat this giant thing, which I appreciate. I agree with you. I think Pokemon needs an MMO. My argument was simple, fam. You made a bunch of different leagues that are all based on a bunch of different places around the world. Connect them.
It makes sense.
Or do 3 at a time.
Yeah.
Hey, how about Pokemon Europe, where it's Galar and what was it, Unova, and what's the French one?
Oh,
from
Black and was it X and Y?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember playing that game, but I don't remember.
Those are all together. Yeah. Or Pokemon, the like Asian one that's Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn, or Kanto, Johto, and Sinnoh. Whatever. Like, do 3 of them at a time.
God, and that would make so much more sense.
Yeah, instead of just having to fight one set of gyms, have the Elite Four be for that whole region. So you have to face all of the gyms, all of the badges, and then fight those Elite Four. Or have it a live server where your Elite Four are the top actual 4 players.
Which would be they don't even necessarily need to be there. You could literally just
their
upload,
teams.
Just upload their teams with their character model. That's it.
Hey, yeah. My original idea was make every region a different server, and make your gym leaders be players who pick a particular type. Your type is your specialization, and your team has to be all Pokemon of that type. So that's how you get a gym leader, and you can petition and work yourself up to be a gym leader, but you have to beat the one that's there. And that's the way you do that. Like if it's a best of 5, whatever format he picks, that's how you get the gym leader.
Why haven't they done that?
I have no idea. I had this idea in 2015.
Free money. It's free. Like you make it and you produce
Game
it.
Freak.
Yeah.
Call me. I'm not even angry. I'm just like, I just want it to
I'm
exist
patient
now.
Oh man, that's wild.
I was hoping there was a word for German for like wanting to create, like wanting to own a thing, only to discover it doesn't exist. Because I have that feeling so often. If it's not a word, I think I own a word.
Yeah. Oh man. I guess that kind of pigtails into the other thing you wanted to talk about with like the business stuff. You explained it to me briefly before. What was this group of people? You said you were just...
Yeah, so the concept is basically called Dream Writers Room Volume 1.
Okay.
And the idea was to get a group of people together who have ideas, media, stories, whatever that they want to create that they just need some help with. And then use our pooled resources and intelligence to bring some of them to light.
Okay.
And again, they would still own their ideas.
Right.
We would just be helping bring it forward. And I started with some things that I knew I wanted to make that I needed help with. I have an idea for a comic strip called Cat See Ghost. And it's literally just, hey, what if all the weird things your cat was doing were just it freaking out about a ghost that's in your house?
Interesting.
Just legitimately. And my idea was legit, like take Caesar Milan, like the cat whisperer type, and him just be a really goofy, he's actually secretly the best exorcist in the world. Like legit, his thing is that he fell into it. Like he couldn't hack it as an exorcist because there wasn't real money in it. Everybody didn't think it was real. So he took up cats. That was his backup job. And then he found out cats see ghosts.
Interesting.
So every house he goes in where they're like, oh, he's wonderful with cats. Fam, he knows there's ghosts in your house. Yeah. Like he's literally, your cat's freaked out because there's a ghost in your house and he knows how to get the ghost out, or if he can't, to get the cat out.
That's really cool. I guess
it explains all the weird stuff my cat does.
Yeah.
Cause like our cat would literally just talk in the middle of the night. He'll just be like, meow, meow. And I'm like, what is going on? And the only thing I could figure was either he's having a conversation with a ghost or he's like, hey, is anybody? Who is this?
Who is this?
Like, it made me laugh every time I thought about it. So I started working on it.
Okay.
And it's one of a few ideas that I've posted in there. It's just the one that I'm most comfortable sharing because I have less stakes in it and I haven't gotten as much help from the rest of the group with it because I want to kind of protect our integrity.
That is something I thought is because we talked very like literally tail end of this at like when you were the first time you were on. And after that, I've been thinking, I was like, well, but what happens if this stuff is shared before it's done? Like,
I mean, we would all be contracted in the group before we ever go to publication stage.
Well, not so say for instance, if like, because what we were talking about initially was like having like a writer circle or a writer's group.
Right.
If something we're discussing, say for instance, we got all 4 seats in this table filled, we're just talking about an idea. If we're streaming it, they get to hear it too. And then what happens if one of them has resources to make it before we would?
Oh,
unless we'd have to have the licensing and everything done.
Oh, absolutely.
Prior to
yeah, we would essentially that would break down to finding a way to either you would have to be backed by a very large company, which is the easy way, or making sure that whatever licensing you do says that everything you're creating is proprietary on the spot. So that way no one else can just take the idea and run with it before you're finished. And admittedly, part of it was me wanting to be very careful with what we put forward. I'm good with brainstorming. I'm good with creating any kind of image forward, but the greater plot points I would either put behind like a Patreon, like some sort of paywall.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Or genuinely, my hope was to make them to order. Like legitimately poll however big your fan base is and go, hey, we've created this character. We started with this base story. We're going, and not so much a choose your own adventure, but genuinely endear the audience to the character as the story is developing made. Because it's being made in front of them.
I like that. I like that idea a lot.
I have a word for things that I want that don't exist yet. And this was one of them. Amanda's had the best idea so far, and it keeps me up at night wondering how it hasn't existed. It's just I'll tell you later. I don't want to tell you here, but she said it, and I was just like,
"Oh yeah,
oh, I'm so mad that's not real. I'm so mad that's not real."
Huh?
And she sees it on my face a lot because one of my ideas that I had about 5-6 years ago was just a rec room. I wanted a room where you could pay a fee and then get geared up and then just destroy everything in there.
I am taking some friends to go do that in a couple weeks.
I had this idea when I was 22 and I was like, I'm an idiot. Clearly no one wants to do this but me, and I have anger issues, so clearly what I need is therapy. And this is not a good idea.
Then 15 companies spark up.
And I was like, no. That wasn't my problem. That was everybody's problem. Why didn't I know? To
be fair, there aren't any close.
Oh, it's a college town goldmine.
It frustrates me. We're having to drive to Tampa to go to the one that I'm taking them to, and I'm just like, this sucks. Why can't I do this within an hour drive?
Before it became really fashionable to email everything, I wanted to put a LAN center, a LAN center / gaming center somewhere.
Did you live here when Gigabit was a thing? God.
I love that idea. I wanted to. There's not one of them in Gainesville, and I wanted to do that in Gainesville so bad.
How do you monetize it? Because that seems like the hardest thing. Because I think the big thing for Gigabits back then was a lot of the people I would meet there played fighting games. It was mainly Smash Brothers, and Marvel vs. Capcom. Those people, you'd go there, you play. Then it kind of evolved to having a LAN center with computer games and stuff, because that made sense. But now I have that. I have what's probably better than what they would have there at my home. So for me, I know what would drive me to be at a place like that for hours would be tournaments. If you had some kind of competitive, but the problem is I don't know how lucrative that is. It's not. I want something like that so bad. I just don't know how to make it profitable for the person that does it.
Whatever else you do has to be the foundation of the business, which is why I thought you needed to be near a college town so that whatever university students nearby, my idea was at first back in the day when we had to print term papers and everything. So I was like, okay, we'll be a Kinko's that's also a LAN center.
Okay.
So that makes sense. If you need to do your project, you can do base level research stuff here. You can print everything on site. We have all the tools to do all of that. And we can game at night. That was my idea.
It makes sense. Yeah.
And you could pay for crash sessions where we could stay open 24 hours if you need to finish something.
Yeah.
Or if you want to host a really big event that requires late night gaming. I was for it. And I was like, okay, real estate is impossible. that was 100%. I never got past I can't find a place and I don't have the money to make the idea work.
I like this idea though of a collective kind of thing. It is in part why almost every time a friend of mine is like, oh, maybe I should get in a stream, I'm like, yes, do it now. Not only just because I think it's good to get your ideas out and start trying it. Even if you end up not liking it, that is fine. You just need to try it.
Yeah.
Because there are some people that don't really gravitate towards it. And admittedly, I learned this in the process of just kind of being like, okay, cool. Not for you. That's fine.
Yeah.
Because I definitely used to be the type of person like, no, you just don't get it yet. Like, you got to keep doing it. And I'm like,
It's
no,
not
it's
for
not for
everybody.
everybody. Yeah. But then there's people like Steven who clearly this is what you should have been doing from the beginning. And I was like, buddy, this is it. Like,
you're built for being on the internet, fam.
My
You
God.
just don't know it yet.
I every time I don't get to frequent his stream as often as I start off watching his stuff, but every time I'm like, dude, obviously your humor, everything about you is
don't
perfect.
find it hard to be entertaining.
Yeah.
And if not entertaining, at least interesting.
I'm like,
So-
dude, this is what you should have been doing for years. Like, and I'm so happy he's doing it now. I'm like, this is dope. I can tell just seeing him at work. I'm like, he seems happier doing it.
Yeah.
I could be wrong and inferring like incorrectly, but like, I don't know, man. I'm just super excited to see like whatever happens. Mark was doing it for a while with his streaming stuff for like Pokemon and card game. I was like, awesome. Like you found a way to make this thing that you already like into this new thing. It's just cool. I love seeing that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like the idea of having like a collective kind of brain group for stories. I've had many stories like that I've jotted down, like world building things, character development, and like different aspects of the character. There's like a Google Docs on my phone that just has all this crap built in there. And I often thought, I was like, well, at some point I will just write a nonfiction book. A fiction book. Fiction? Yeah,
Fiction.
Yeah. Sorry. I was like, I'll just write a fiction thing somewhere. It'd be cool. But I also wanted to involve it into my stream somehow, because I've said this. I've been very vocal about like what aspects of streaming I like and what aspects of streaming I don't like.
Right.
I don't necessarily like playing games,
Right.
even though it's what most people like watching me do.
Right.
So I remember I had a friend. I guess he's still a friend. I haven't played with him in a little bit, but his whole thing was he would find these adult children books, and he'd read them at the end of his stream, every stream, and that was his thing. Like there was I'm trying to remember what it was. I'm trying to remember what the name of the book was, but it was like all I remember is it had the word fucking in the title. It was like, pick up your fucking clothes, or
go the fuck to sleep.
Go the fuck to sleep. Yeah,
Go the
yeah.
fuck to sleep.
Yeah. I remember that was the first time I saw that book, and I was like, this is genius.
That was the last book LeVar Burton ever read me.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
That was the last one, man. I loved it.
Oh, man.
So brainstorming off the top of my head. Man, okay, don't lose it.
Okay.
What if we picked? My first idea was the Black First Watch, or just conceptually, we pick a thing that neither of us have seen.
Mm-hmm.
Watch it, break it down, review it.
Okay.
That's the cast.
Okay.
That's a thing.
Okay.
The greater expoundation of this would be we do some character deep dives, picking a character across whatever media we want, and then we break down what we see.
Okay.
And we could do this with the same group as the writers group, and then we off cam we use that to develop more.
Okay.
But on stream, we break down what we saw. We talk about, like, one of the things I particularly love. I have a love-hate relationship with is I love C.S. Lewis and Tolkien. I've always loved them as old writers. I loved the Chronicles of Narnia series. I love the book before them that nobody talks about.
I didn't know there was a book before them.
There's a book called The Magician's Nephew.
I've heard of that, actually. Yeah.
I
didn't realize that they were connected.
It's about the guy who builds the wardrobe.
Okay.
That's why nobody talks about it, because it's not as interesting as The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe and the rest of the Chronicles of Narnia. It doesn't technically count as part of the series.
Right.
But I also really, really love Tolkien, but their storytelling styles are very different. But from what I've read, it seems like they might have been friends at the time.
Okay.
So I would have loved to see how, like, to compare and contrast how they develop.
What you've described though is literally what I do outside of streaming. So like I do it a lot more with like anime stories because I think I don't know what it is, but there's something about their culture, the way they write stories.
I can tell you, but you're not gonna like it.
Oh no, what is it?
I learned this.
Okay.
I learned this very recently. Shout out to Yodoye. There's a term, I don't remember the term, but it's called selflessness, where they write their characters as though anybody could portray them. It is very, very common in anime, dates back to Astro Boy.
Okay.
It is old school, which is why so much anime feels relatable to anyone, especially African Americans.
Interesting.
You want to know why martial arts movies are so big for African Americans? Because I also know this. The martial arts films, because they were recognized as such a big market, but not commercially appealing to white Americans, were shown in the poor black neighborhood theaters. And because the poorer neighborhood theaters, people love to see anybody who was not white as an antagonist on screen. We ate that up. We loved it. I love it now. Like,
oh yeah,
I was like, oh my god, this Asian guy's gonna kick so many people. I love it. There's just nothing better than watching a guy get slapped with a foot, man.
Yeah,
like, it's such a disrespectful moment where you're like, that dude hit you with his foot.
Like, I've watched like it's interesting because I've watched like so many different like martial arts films growing up and never made that connection. I guess I never really watched any of them in theaters though.
If you go back very early with especially with the Bruce Lee era Enter the Dragon stuff, and it would also explain pretty much all of the Wu-Tang Clan as they exist, because those movies are what they grew up on. They were poor. So they could go to the cheaper theaters and see the films, which is the culture that they stuck with. It's also why that culture develops and why anime hit like a hurricane when it came. It's on television. It's on cable TV, which every family had at the time.
Wow. Yeah.
Also, the big allegory of how the Saiyans in Dragon Ball Z grossly reflect black people, but that's a whole nother problem.
I never made the connection.
They are in fact slaves who to Frieza, who then uses them to destroy other planets, and then he tried to wipe them out, with the exception of the final few, some who still work for him, and this one kid who got away. It gets really weird when they turn to Super Saiyans, because then they get blonde hair and blue eyes.
Yeah, like now they're stronger.
I felt a way whenever Frieza kept calling him an ape, and I was like,
he still does.
Why do I feel a way?
It's so funny. There's a scene in Super Dragon Ball Super, where like everyone's it's like the final Goku moment where like he's like doing the Ultra Instinct thing, and like I think it's Krillin or Master Roshi who's
up in the stands.
But they're doing this whole monologue about like why he's so strong. And it's like, oh, it's because all these people in his life, like we're fighting with him, and like they go through and everyone says something encouraging, like Gohan's like, you can do it, Dad, I believe in you, and Vegeta's like, go Kakarot, blah blah blah. And then they get to Frieza for some reason. He's a part of the Friends, and he just says, "Dance, monkey." That's it. That's the only thing he said. I was like, "What? Why did you do that?"
Oh, the tilt.
It was so funny.
Yeah.
It was so funny.
Frieza's mad racist.
Yeah.
Like, just mad racist.
Oh god. Oh man. But yeah, no, I did that with Bleach. There's a lot of characters in there that I did not appreciate in watching it the first time, and then I've watched a lot of like deep dives on their character. I'm like, oh shit.
Yep.
Like I was like,
I missed all of that.
Oh, okay. Like it's and I love doing that. There's a channel I like watching. It's called there's two. It's Future Me, and then the other one's called Better Authoring, I think is what it's called. God, I hope I'm not ruining them. But they're literally just two writers that they they basically dissect bad stories and good stories, and they pull apart the pieces that make them good and what like mistakes that are made. Like they constantly reference Avatar Last Airbender, because it is, and I didn't even watching as a kid, and then I rewatched it pretty recently during like quarantine and all that stuff.
Oh, it's incredible.
It is probably one of the best written stories. It's crazy, and I was like,
I have said
what?
On more than one occasion, I was like, listen, that is the best animated American show that
wild.
exists. I will put it against
anything. It's so good. And
the character development, everybody gets a moment. There's a whole episode where none of the characters but Appa and the little ferret are in
Momo. Yeah,
Appa's Lost Days.
Yeah,
fam. I care about the animals.
Yeah, because they did such a good job. Like those things motivated me to be like, I really want to make a story.
Yes,
because there's something about good stories that like that last, man. Like or that teach. Like there are,
despite the fantastic level of everything that's going on, all the characters make you feel like you could feel what they're going through.
Exactly.
That's what makes that story
it's
good.
Crazy, man.
Like you've never been an airbender, but you know what it's like to be a kid and feel alone.
Yep.
So you get what Aang's going through.
It's man. There's so many relatable traits to all of the different characters.
100%.
And like even the characters that like Uncle Iroh has one of the most insane written, like
his character is the best character.
It's the best written character. It's crazy. I remember the moment that they introduced his character, I'm like, oh, okay, cool. He's like the wise teacher or whatever.
He's the best.
And then I'm like, oh, I mean that I've seen that before. Star Wars, this no biggie. And then they develop his character into being like, oh, well, he's actually just really smart. Okay, cool. Like that's how it's always been.
He seemed like the lazy brother at first.
And then they do the Boss Sensei arc, and I was just like, oh shit. This man has like an actual story.
His
I was like,
whole life.
Okay, man. Like, all right.
This was the city he could never break, and that's when he went up. Yes. Oh my God, Uncle Iroh's the best. So I follow a Facebook group, and I'm only bringing this up because it wrecked so many people on my timeline. I follow a Facebook group called Head Nerds in Charge.
Okay.
And they redid the scene. You know how they have the anime filter on things now?
Mm-hmm.
They redid the scene from Fresh Prince.
Okay.
With Will and Uncle Phil at the end where he's like, how come he doesn't want Bean Man?
Yeah.
And instead of it being Will, it's Zuko.
Oh, no.
And instead of Uncle Phil, it's Hero. And I was like, you have messed up my whole day with this.
Oh,
now
no.
I'm just sad and angry at nobody because of you, internet, and fucking Facebook.
Oh,
Thank
no.
you for this nonsense.
I
man.
have to see that now.
It's like painful in weird ways. I was like, man, my family it was the second meme. I said it the other day. My childhood randomly crashed into 2020 and I wasn't ready for it. It was that one, and then there's one where did you ever watch the movie Mulan? The old animated Mulan?
Yeah.
Do you remember the song "A Girl Worth Fighting For"? It's the goofy song where they're just marching, and the three dudes that she's just in camp with are singing about the girls they have back home.
I don't remember the song per se, but I do remember like that part of the movie.
Yeah.
I think I've only seen that movie once.
Oh, you're doing yourself.
It's been a while. It's been a while.
The music in that movie has no business being as good as it is. Like, the first song is just the intro goofy song of the whole thing, where it's like, oh, she like, please bring honor to us all. She's late for I'm late for school.
Yeah. Type
of deal. Excuse me. The next song is, man, how come nobody in the world sees me the way I see myself? And I was like, fam, we are in a children's movie. Yeah. We are 15 minutes. We haven't introduced the conflict yet.
It's like, you guys started off pretty strong. You had 11 right now. We got an hour left.
It's like, we didn't hit this hard. They didn't hit an intro that hard again until probably Tarzan, where you literally just have to deal with, we found a baby and no parents in the middle of the woods. And like legit, she's just like, how good, like, when will my reflection show who I am inside? That's the song. And I was like, I wasn't ready for this. And the older I get, the harder the song hits. I'm like, I'm 31 and this song's still like, never. I've never yet looked at, it's so weird. But like later on, when they get to, when she obviously gets her father's gear and goes off to camp and they sing Make a Man. Make a Man is glorious. Like, for all the hipsters who love proud beards, Make a Man is the song they brush their teeth to in the morning. It's still just that feeling. And then you get to A Girl Worth Fighting For. And the whole thing is they're marching and they're bored. And they're just thinking about, like, there's a girl worth fighting for back home. My childhood ran abruptly into 2020 because somebody made a meme. And it's all super stylized where they open up a scroll and it goes into this weird like kanji art of them meeting each of the girls. Somebody had them opening the scroll and it was Breonna Taylor's picture.
Oh wow.
And it literally fucked up my whole day.
Like, can y'all stop? Can y'all not? That's wild.
Like, yo, leave my childhood on 2020. I was protecting that.
Wow.
It was brutal, man. Like, you never know what little things kind of lock into you until you run into them later on. Like, I always wondered why it was that I loved The Lord of the Rings as much as I did, because like I always find it odd to love something where I can't see my face. And there's no offense, there's no black people in The Lord of the Rings. Like, Middle Earth just don't have black people. Got elves, got ents, got orcs, got goblins, no black people. I'm so confused. But the tenderness of all the male characters is extremely rare. Like, every loss that's felt is felt heavily by all of the men.
I've never noticed that. That is
very true. Boromir's death
Yep.
is brutal. When they think Gandalf died, when the halflings think Gandalf's dead, they are broken.
Yeah.
And Aragorn's like, we gotta move, and Boromir's like, give them a minute.
Yeah.
Like, fam, do you get it? They are wrecked right now.
Huh.
It's the one, and even to the Two Towers, the moment where the father realizes that his son's passed.
Yeah.
He's just like, this is not the way the world's supposed to be. Samwise Gamgee, next to Uncle Iroh, Samwise Gamgee is my favorite character ever created. Because Sam is humble and loyal, but not scared. Sam was not scared. Sam was comfortable. He's very much, hey, we have the Shire. My friends are all here. My life is here. I like that girl. Hey, Gandalf's here. It's a party. Dude's real old. He's like, life is good. But his friend's like, I gotta go do this thing. And he's like, but that thing sounds real dangerous.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. He's like, well, I can't. But why? Why are you going? Life is good. Don't do that. It's like, well, somebody's gotta do it, and I gotta do it. It's like, well, you can't go alone.
I guess, sure.
Legitimately, he goes from being this weird, unwilling participant to the only reason the mission succeeds.
Yeah.
In 3 movies. Like, he goes from being, I don't want to do this, to, well, since we're here, we gotta get it right.
Yeah.
To, I don't trust creepy dude we found.
Yeah.
To like, no, it's okay. I understand this is hard, and I understand that only you can do it. And I guess that's why I had to be here, because only you could do it, and I'm here to make sure you do it. That kind of friend is a person that I would literally buy insurance to have. Yeah. I would literally want one of those people forever. So like Sam's development as a character is really, really, and it's why I love Tolkien. He like that level of relationship between 2 men, completely devoid of romance, was unheard of. Like, I can't even think of a movie that kind of brings that same inspiration to me.
That is, I don't know why I guess I watched those movies at a young age. I don't remember exactly how old I was when those things came out. Now I want to find out. Because I've seen these movies. I've seen these story beats. I've read the books. And that never... And it's literally right here. That never clicked to me.
What?
Like, the interaction between the male characters in that movie.
Oh,
Like,
100%.
Now that you're saying that, I'm thinking of, like...
Aragorn cries at Boromir's death.
Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli...
Boromir betrayed them.
Yeah, like...
he was
like,
still like, oh man, my brother's gone.
Yeah.
It's so powerful. Like, even, what's the dwarf's name? When he finds his cousins have passed, he is a wreck.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I've never...
There's a male... There, again, remember how I said there's a lack of compassion?
Yeah.
There is a... When it comes to masculinity, compassion is a very, very tricky thing to balance. And it is a thing that requires practice. And very often, we as men in America, I don't know the rest of the world, but we as men in America are so busy trying to project strength that we do not practice compassion. And so seeing it in a film was such stark contrast to me. Fam, I grew up with, and I know it's simple toxic stuff, but I grew up with the same people that told me not to cry. Yeah. So every man in those movies cries. Yeah, that's true. Every one of them is a wreck. So like it was jarring to me, but not in a bad way. We can do this too. Like we can have, and again, this was amplified times 1,000 when I had a kid. Because now I want it not just for me, I want it for him. I want him to not wait till he's 25 to have that aha moment, the rest of his emotions out. So it was a really, really interesting thing to watch how they develop friendships, how they grapple with grief, how they understand, like how they deal with fear. Aragorn genuinely is like, I don't think I can do this. Yeah. Like and I get that. You always think your ancestors were stronger than you. And he's like, fam, he failed. Yeah. Like, if he's stronger than me and he failed, how can I? And it's such a good, like, again, I could go on with these movies.
I might need to sit down and watch them again, because if
you ever want to rewatch a Lord of the Rings film, fam, call me. Holy smoke. Like, I might tear up, legit. Yeah. But I love the film so much because they show a range of human emotion, a range of male emotion that I hadn't seen enough until those movies came up.
I think this year in particular has taught me a lot of stuff about that. It's just, I went on a roller coaster of being very guarded. I would, to the point where people would literally, who've never really had conversations with me or talked to me, but only have seen me, they got the vibe that like I was a dick, like I was just an asshole, or more of just like, that guy seems like he's always angry, and I'm like, well, I'm not, but I get how you can get that. Like, fair enough. All right, that's fine.
Way to be understanding. Yeah. Everybody else doesn't get that response all the time.
I was like, yeah, you know what? Fair.
I see it. He's like,
yeah, I see it. No, I get it. And then I did this thing where I became extremely vulnerable, and I allowed myself to do that. I have learned a lesson against doing that the way I did it, but I don't regret doing that.
It's an exercise.
I think in the ultimate end, it is a net positive for me, but I also have garnered a new level of protection of that. It's not that I won't do it. It's just that the people that I choose to be that way with, you've got to you've got to prove to me that I can do that.
Yeah, you make smarter choices, man.
It's just like I cannot just do that,
but you would have never gotten that knowledge had you been hurt.
Exactly.
Like, that's the thing that people don't teach. Like, I can't tell you and I always bring up my age because it's frustrating how long I got this wrong. Yeah. I can't tell you how many arguments would have been solved if I had said something hurt my feelings early instead of just being upset, instead of going, why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense. Like,
I've said that, so that doesn't make any language.
Yeah, that doesn't make, like, the moment I stop saying something doesn't make sense and saying I don't understand, I gauge the response. Like, legitimately, My mom used to get real mad at me because I would tell her something she didn't make sense, and she would take that as disrespect.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm a child.
Yeah.
She's in her 40s. Like, that made sense.
Yeah.
Or she was in her 40s at the
Yeah.
time. But when the moment I was like, hey, listen, I don't understand. And from there, I didn't get the anger. I got, okay, well, let me try this a different way to bring you understanding. And I was like, wait, is that what I need to be doing?
It's like, wait. I just changed 3 words and things are completely different.
But it's about personal vulnerability. Like, there is this weird thing about wanting to project strength where you always want to put your best self forward, which is good.
Yeah.
Conceptually. The problem is if you do not show your vulnerability to other people, you become not relatable because those people are experiencing thetheir own vulnerabilities all the time.
I think that is exactly what happened, because I think I would struggle to find someone who I have worked with and become like work friends with, who later, there's one person maybe that does not like me as a person. I can be friends with everyone, and usually I am. I'm a pretty friendly person, but it was done so in a way that Joe was the dude you went to if you needed something. Like, it was a very dependable person, but no one got to see any cracks in my art. Like, no, and even still, a lot of people don't. But the people that I choose to let see that, like, I'm fine with them. But and I know that is a incomplete thing. Like, there, you should at some point.
That's good judgment.
Yeah, but so, like, I think there's a way you can do that I haven't gotten. There's a level of that I haven't gotten to yet, and that's just that comes with time.
Yeah,
but like,
it's a building process.
Sure, but that's the point I was trying to make. Was just like, I kind of became. It seems kind of like narcissistic too, but for a while I was like this kind of monolithic figure in different circles, and it was just like, oh, you needed something, this person's reliable, this person will like help you out or whatever.
Yeah, but that's an ATM.
Kind of, not in terms of like money.
I'm not talking about money, just genuinely in the reliability and the presence.
Right.
That's not a person.
But
that's an ATM.
I would never then go to those same people and be like, I have an issue. That was the thing. It was like, I have a problem.
Yeah.
Can you help me? That never happens. And even still now, it only really happens with a very, very select few people.
ATM never tells you what it needs.
Yeah.
It's a very tricky concept. And again, people, I don't want to attach the finances to it, but
sure. Yeah.
Don't be an ATM of a person. Yeah. Don't just be the person that people come to you for something and you constantly give it out.
Yeah.
Without explaining. Like, I made a point to start asking people how they are doing, not just good morning.
Yeah.
Like, hey, how are you? And genuinely wait for a response, not just to see not just to be cordial, to genuinely give people a chance to connect and open.
Yeah,
because it gets really easy to just not.
Yeah,
like, you could just not do that.
Yeah,
you're like, but you never know what kind of friend you might make.
Yep,
or whose day you might make better, or who might make your day better until you open up.
Yeah.
So once you do it enough, certain people start asking you how your day is going, and then you can open up.
I think what has happened now is when this is bad, but I begin, and now that I say this, I know a lot of people that I work with watch this, so they're going to hear this and they're going to start doing this. But there's almost like a tally that goes on in my head where if I will be like, hey man, how's it going? And usually if I am the one constantly asking and it doesn't come back, eventually I stop asking.
That's fair.
Because like it's the same thing with like even people that I'm super close with. If I'm exhibiting a certain amount of energy that's not coming back my way, I begin to start peeling back, because to me that is a sign that you're about to do something or you're about to take advantage of whatever we had going on.
Right.
And if I even get just a hint of that, I go, all right, not falling for that.
Yeah.
And the sad thing is sometimes that has nothing to do with the situation. Sometimes they're not about to do that. Sometimes they're just dealing with their own shit, and that's kind of how they like let that be known, is by silence, is by like just not responding or well to that stuff. And I'm kind of learning that now, but like I still have that it's like in fighting where you are expecting a kick and you're kind of doing
the check.
Or the check. Like, yeah, your leg is just constantly it's that where I'm just like, oh, okay, all right, I see what's happening here. So I don't know, but I never noticed that in the Lord of the Rings. But now you bringing that up, I was just like, oh yeah.
It's by far it's the other reason why I particularly think the Black Panther is such an incredible film. By the way, still not over Chadwick Boseman's death. Makes me real sad. I wish it didn't, but I haven't rewatched the movie yet since then because I don't think I could get through it. But it's the same thing. The thing his father says is super heavy early on in the movie, because he says, you're a good, like, he meets his father in their like afterlife scene, and he says, you're a good man, and sometimes it is hard for a good man to be king. Which was like, it's a super heavy line, period, but I grew up on Lord of the Rings, and I was like, oh man, something bad's happening. Like if there were not such absurdly heavy foreshadowing in the film anyway, and if I did not know how the story was gonna go, that would have been my first clue something real fucked up happened in the past already.
Yeah.
And then when you walk through it all, when you walk through Killmonger's origin and what happened to his father, and then you walk through Chadwick Boseman confronting the rest of them like, fam, you all made the same mistake. Like, this is not the way. That has so much power in understanding that your enemy is not your enemy.
Yeah.
Like, this is a hurt kid who we should have embraced that we didn't.
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole story. Hey, your chickens came home to roost. Like, that could have just as easily been, it's almost Broly's story.
Yeah.
Like,
that's wild.
It's there's a lot of power to, hey, these people, like, one of your brothers was hurting and saw that the world was hurting and wanted to help him, and the other one didn't and killed him for it. That's the story. So your kids have to deal with the fallout of the choices that you two made. I'm a dad now. Yeah. He's like, oh no, I have to be better.
Like I have to think about this all the time now. Like,
yeah.
But I mean, that is what I like to think of is the weight of being a good person. Is it like, there's the sentiment that nothing in life is free, but I think that gets kind of, it stops at economics sometimes, and people don't realize that that is a universal rule. Like when it comes to, like, for instance, so like the time that I get to spend doing what I do, whether it's my 9 to 5, or doing my freelance video stuff, or doing this, or streaming. These are all things that I've chosen to do because I enjoy doing them, or for whatever reason, there's something positive that I gain from it.
Right.
But because I do them, there are other things that I can't do.
Yeah,
like
opportunity cost.
And people, I don't know if people get that. Like I think they know it, but I don't think they really, really understand that when they're choosing to do things. Like they just choose it because, oh yeah, this is fun. But like going in with the knowledge that me choosing to do this is closing doors.
Well, remember I told you, people misunderstood cost. There's a real problem of people not understanding the value and the cost of something.
Yeah.
Like
their own time.
Yeah. Or just like there is, when you don't talk to anybody and something goes wrong in your neighborhood, you don't know your neighbors. Mm-hmm. Like, that doesn't sound like a lot until you get into a situation where you would really want to know your neighbors.
That's so that I don't think I told you about it. I don't think I've actually talked on stream about this yet. So I talked about the first part. The first part is essentially there's a girl that lives across from where I live, and I've lived here for going on 10 years, about 9 years and some change at this point. In this exact same spot, which is kind of wild. I didn't think about that. That's crazy. Like, I moved here after I graduated college, which was in 2011.
Okay.
And I guess maybe it's closer to, like, it's probably just 9 years because I spent some time living with, Neil Baldwin.
Yeah.
I lived with him for a bit, and then we moved here.
Okay.
But there was a girl who semi early on to living here, she left her lights on in her car. And I was like, well, that would suck if it was me. So I went up, knocked on her door after I got out of work. I got out of work at like midnight, by the way. Yeah. Bad idea. So I get out of my car, knock on her door. Obviously, she doesn't answer it because why would you at midnight? Right. And I'm just yeah, exactly. So stupid. Yeah.
But you didn't think about it. You were just trying to do the right thing.
I was just trying to help. I was like, clearly don't do that. Like, don't open the door. That makes sense. But like in my head, I'm like, well, I try to help, whatever. So I was like, oh, wait a minute though. I have this hoodie on. Probably doesn't look great. That's fair. So I leave. I walk away, hoping that she would see me walk from her place to mine, which is right across from her, and go, oh, this person lives here.
Right.
I do that, take the hoodie off, go back to my car because I did need to get something else out of my car. And then on my way, I was like, I'll try again. So I knock on the door again. Of course, nothing. Clearly nothing. That's like, you wouldn't do that. Fast forward the next day, which this is still the first story that everybody's already heard already, but there's notes put on people's doors around the like community. It's just like, hey, we've gotten complaints about people knocking on doors late at night. And like in my head, I'm just like, it's like, whatever, fuck it. And then I go on about my day. Fast forward to like 2 months ago, maybe a month ago, I leave my lights on in my car. And I get in here. The same girl knocks on my door.
That's awesome.
Yeah. The exact same. She knocks on my door. I don't answer it, but for a different reason that I will say off air. And then later I go out and she left a note on the door that was just like, hey, you left your lights on. My name. This is where, like, her address or whatever. I was just like, why didn't I do that? Like, but later she pokes her head out because she sees me see the note. She's like, oh, did you get it? I was like, yeah. And I was like, funny enough, you remember that one time you were terrified out of your mind? That was me.
It's like, did you get like 6 knocks at your door?
That was this guy. And she's like, no fucking way. And I'm like, yeah, my bad. Like, but it was just this funny moment of just like,
that's incredible.
Oh yeah, there's merit to like knowing the people that are around you.
I can give you what I do. That helps a lot. And it's just a thing. And again, since the people that work with us watch the stream, now they're gonna know that I'm doing this.
Okay.
But
this is the exposed.
I find your interest. Whatever you show an interest in, if we haven't talked in a while, if I talk to you, I'm gonna ask about that thing. Because I know that's a thing that you have some joy in. And part of it's to spark a conversation.
Right.
But also part of it is that, like, hey, it's just guards down. I'm a person you can engage with. Let's get to know each other. Like, I don't want to just have worked with people. I would like to like know them and know something about them. Like, I'll always ask Leia about fitness. I'm not a fit guy, but I enjoy I know how much joy she has about it, and she'll always ask me about comics because that's my thing. I'll always ask you about podcasting. I'll ask you about games because it's a thing I know you have passion for, and that passion connects us all. Yeah. So it gives me a way to practice conversation, practice being a human, and connect with other people.
Yeah.
But like, I do it all the time. Like, I know Nessa's favorite game, or I know Nessa's favorite comic. She's a big Umbrella Academy fan.
Okay.
So I got her. There's a when they made the show, I got her Vanya, one of the pop Vanyas. I got her one of those because I was just like, hey, you mentioned this thing a bunch of times. Boskus and I are huge Power Ranger nerds. I miss
that guy so much, man.
We've always been uber Power Ranger nerds and just genuine card game nerds. So if I find a thing that I think we'll both love, I try and make it happen. I think the last pop I got him was Invader Zim.
Nice.
Because he reminds me of that character very much. Like, he reminds me of Gur, where he would be super, super nice.
Yeah.
And it's like subtly be a little off.
Yeah.
And you're like, nah, it's fine.
It's all right. It's positive. Nah, I think that is just a skill that people should develop. Like, because like you said, it develops other things, like how to have conversation. That is something that so many people don't have.
We lost it with the internet, man.
Yeah, dude. There are so many times, because I work in the part of the company that we work in that is the forward face of it.
Yep.
And I see some people that are just they haven't developed that. Nope. And it's just like,
the internet's been around your whole life.
Oh man.
It's sad to see.
It was like, I was like,
you've had the internet too long.
There's a regular that came in. He's a good friend of mine. I've had him on the podcast. I would like to have him on again. But he's a busy guy. But he came in. He knows that I got into like MMA and I've been training and whatnot. And I hadn't seen him in a bit because of quarantine and everything was shut down. And when things opened up, he showed up and he was there. He's like, "Hey Joe, what's going on?" I was like, "Oh, awesome, catching up." While I was working on something at the computer, the desk where I was, there was also another gentleman that I'd never met before. He was just in there, just doing what he was buying stuff or he was actually waiting on his order to come out. He was just hanging out there. So what this man knows about me at this point is that I work in this industry. and that this guy just told him that I fight for fun, essentially. And I train in MMA. This blew his mind because he had never thought that someone who did what I do or work in the industry that I do could also do that. And so now this dude's like, that's awesome. And he proceeds to just try to drive a conversation that I was just I didn't want to. Yeah, I was just like, I'm answering you with like 1 and 2 words. I'm giving you all the signs that I don't really want. I need to focus on what I'm doing. Like, right. I can't do this right now. And he just did not get it. And I was just like, oh, this sucks, man. And no fault of his. Like, I didn't hold any animosity towards him. It was just like, man, I wish you had those tools. Like, I really wish you had those tools that we wouldn't be having this awkward exchange right now. But you don't. And it's probably no fault of your own. Like, it just sucks. But that moment is stuck in my brain now. Like, every time I think about it, I was just like, oh man, this guy just does not.
No social cues.
No cues whatsoever. I was just like,
no social cues.
Like, and to be fair, I could put myself in his shoes, and if I have done literally no research into any, like, I had no connections with people or no, like, if I haven't like looked into how diverse people can be, I could see how you could find that to be interesting or astonishing, I guess. But I guess I've been old enough. He was younger too, so there's that. But like, I'm old enough now to just like, if somebody tells me like, "Hey man, I like training MMA. I'm fighting at the jungle for X amount of years," and then later they're like, "Also, I like taxidermy," and like, I go, "Cool." Like, it's like,
okay.
Yeah, it's not like, holy shit, I can't, like, it's just
why
like
are those two things in your brain.
It's like, no, like, I imagine there's more wild shit in there too. Like, it's just,
you can be more than one thing. Don't be surprised that you are.
Honestly, that's the thing that really frustrates me with some of the people that I meet day to day. I'm trying my best to choose my words very carefully here. Is that I think some of them still have it stuck in their head that like this one aspect of their life is their whole life. Yep. And I'm just like, man, you got to get out of that, dude. Yep. That's bad. That's really bad. Like,
I will say it took me longer than I want to admit to finally separate my work from what I want to do. That was a thing that I had tied together for far too long, where I was like, man, if I'm not doing what I love for money, I'm failing at life. And I was like, that doesn't seem accurate. Like,
that
if
seems bad.
Like, either there are a bunch of people who love to clean, or every janitor must be miserable. But like I watched a thing, and admittedly it had nothing to do with me, but it was a thing about barbecue.
Okay.
And the lady, there was an old lady, she like, I'm talking 80s. And she had the award. She got the award in like 2017 for like best barbecue in the state she was in.
Okay.
She works 40 hours a week as a janitor at a high school.
Strong.
And I was like, I think I got this backwards.
Yeah.
It was the immediate like, oh yeah, no, she's got it right. She does the work. She does the janitorial work because it's something to keep her moving.
Yeah.
And so you don't grow to hate the thing you love.
Yeah.
Because it's your finance. And that's a really, really tricky line that I've discovered. Like I used to really want to do YouTube. And then I realized that the comment section ruined a lot of my favorite YouTubers. And I thought it was just the comments. And I think part of it is, oh no, this is your life. Like when you're not doing this for your job, you're thinking about ways to do this better for your job because it's so dependent on everything you give it. I don't want that.
Yeah.
So I made the choice to separate what I choose to do for money from what I choose to do to enjoy myself, so that I don't have to consider it, or like it, I don't lose the joy chasing the money.
I did that the first my first go around with all of this. Was it's very unfortunate because I think things could have ended better if I was wiser. But
it's everything
though. I had the luxury of having friends that were doing it with me,
right?
But I was the guy with the skills that knew how to edit. I was the dude that like had the technical know-how to do most of the stuff, and I was the guy that uploaded all the videos and stuff to the channel. So I saw all the monetization and I dealt with that. So while everyone else, I'll never know this for sure because I can't be in their brains. But what my from my recollection of everything, it felt like everyone else at a certain point was still having fun, and I wasn't.
Yep.
I wasn't having fun because I was looking at numbers and I was like, oh well, this video didn't do as well. Okay, what did we do from this last video? I gotta figure out what worked there, and then try to make sure that the next video. And then when I tried to implement that thing from the next video into the or from the last video into the next video and got pushback, or somebody didn't do it the way I wanted them to do it, I would get frustrated. I'm like, no, you don't understand. We need the numbers because this one did it. And that was around the moment when I was just like, I can't do this. I need to not do this.
Yep.
And so we stopped making videos, and some people move away. And I don't regret going through that, because now in making this stuff, I have a more, if I'm making a video and I'm not enjoying it, I'm not making that video.
Yeah,
you will never see a video that comes out on my channel that is not something that I enjoyed making. That good. Won't happen.
That's
because
good.
It for me, regardless of how many people watch it,
it's for you.
Yeah, I like these conversations I get to have with people is because I want to have conversations with these people.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with about like I will not have someone on that I'm like, okay, man, you gotta. I
need you to say this.
I need you to say this, or
plugging is
or
this
like
thing.
Yeah, like you have this really big channel, man. Can you like come up? Like I don't give a shit about that.
I didn't want to play the I don't want the dance.
Yeah,
I
just want to talk to people that I want to talk to. That's it. And part of that is from the job that I did prior to what I'm doing now. It made a lot more sense back then because I was very anti-social job. Like videography is, depending on what you're doing, it can be. But what I was doing, like you sit on a riser above like everyone else in the venue. No one talks to you. You shoot your camera. The closest I would get to that is when I would direct shows and stuff like that. Then you're interacting with the other videographers and stuff like that. But that's about, even that is just, it's literally a one-way thing. And be like, ready camera 1, on camera 1, ready camera 2, on camera 2. Like it's that. Like, so yeah, I was like, okay, how can I inject some kind of social thing into my life in a way that's healthy and something I enjoy. And I'm like, oh, I can do this. And then later, what happened that made me not want to do this was I got the social thing. The job that I went over to was all social stuff. And I was like, this is too much. But then I found a way to make it, as bad as it sounds, I found a way to manufacture an environment that was more conducive to exactly what I wanted, which is this, versus the shallow, hey, how's it going? Like social engagement. I don't really necessarily care for those. I don't like small talk. I like being able to deep dive into conversations. You don't get to do that in public often. So
very true.
This is what I made. I also am very, like, I've been looking at the clock for multiple reasons.
Wow.
Yeah, for multiple reasons. The first is, A, I don't want to soak up too much of your time. And B, I will not hear the end of it if your time beats Leia's as the longest podcast. I won't. So I think she has set the record at 5 hours and 20 something minutes.
Yeah, I'm not going.
He's like, that. I gotta go.
You're good. Yeah. I'm not going for that. Leia, like I said, Leia is incredible. Yeah. Leia's always been incredible.
She's awesome.
Me. She's on my short list of people that I want to do more projects with because I find her energy.
It's different, man.
Yes.
Like it's
She's like those. I always describe it as like the only way I could describe you is like Miss Frizzle. Like legit, she just has this weird like.
Yeah, that's right.
Just go do it.
Let's just do it.
Like,
all right, but I can't. What about the things that you have to do? No, let's just. I'm like, oh,
it's
okay.
Like, oh no, that'll be there. And you're like,
all right.
I used to just joke. I was like, I'm pretty sure you're supposed to be black, but it's fine.
She said that many times. We went to go see Earthquake, the comedian.
Oh yeah.
Very interesting experience watching that with her. Like it was.
She's hilarious, and she funny. Like her perspective is not what you would expect it to be.
Yeah.
It's what I appreciate about her, or one of many things, because she's also hilarious,
cool
but she
person.
doesn't get it.
Yeah.
Sometimes she just doesn't realize she's being hilarious, and I was like,
that's why I wanted her to get into streaming. But I don't know whether or not. But the thing is, I think the way that she would do it is very different than the norm. But I still want her to get into it because I think her thing would be IRL streams, like being out, like exercising, that kind of stuff. And I'm like, you can do that.
I just want to introduce her to stuff. Like I genuinely want the thing that's been going on the most in my brain, especially most recently, is I really want to do like a sitcom rewatch podcast.
Ooh, okay.
And it works now because almost all of the older, especially black sitcoms that I watched are available on Netflix now. So like I got into this weird, like I legit just started Moesha.
I've never heard of that one.
Really?
Oh wait, no, yes, you have. I was like,
you
said Moesha's, and then it didn't click, and then I remember the theme song.
Yeah. So I started with Moesha, and Moesha's good. Moesha was not particularly my bag, but there are moments in that show where you really didn't appreciate it at the time. So like season 1's really, really hard for me because it has 2 prominent young black actors that passed away in it. That I really like. The guy that plays Hakeem in the show, he passed away in a car accident very suddenly.
Man, it's just...
I
didn't think about any of this for years, and you're saying this, I'm like, I remember them saying this. Like, I remember seeing the news articles about this guy. Yeah.
So wild. There's a joke in season 1, it can't be more than 4 episodes in, where Hakeem's trying to get a job. And... he's like, it starts off with Moesha being upset with him because he borrowed like $20 from her and he hasn't given it back. And she's like furious, just full angry about it. She goes over to his house and the lights are off. And it turns out his mom got laid off and he had borrowed the money because he's literally been skipping class to go to job interviews to try and get a job. So she felt terrible about it afterward, obviously, because she was genuinely like, she blew him up in front of like their friends, like, fam, you owe me $20, like, give me my money, like, what are you doing? So it was really, really brutal. The part that wrecked me was that her dad ends up helping him get a job, and he lends him a suit, and it's like an Armani suit, it's super expensive, and she's like, Hakeem would probably be able to afford that suit by 2020.
Oh no.
That's like that's the joke. And I was like,
what? Why?
God,
how did you guys?
Why did my childhood run into this freaking year again?
There's something weird about this year, man.
It's cursed. It's fine. We just didn't know, but like the Mayans were off by 8 years. Yeah. It's fine. Everybody's math is off sometimes. The year is cursed. It happens. But it was just super funny to me. But the idea behind the podcast is there was that, and then there was one of my friends. I don't know if you know him, but he's an older one of my friends. We have the same birthday, but he's 4 years older than me. He's never seen Blazing Saddles.
I don't think I've ever seen Blazing Saddles.
You've never? Oh my God.
I don't think so.
Okay. So, first of all, you need to watch Blazing Saddles. If you watch Blazing Saddles before I get to see you watch Blazing Saddles, that's fine. I recommend this be a watch along either on Twitch or on your channel.
Okay.
Because the movie is essentially a satire based on racism in the Old West.
Okay.
It's Mel Brooks, the same guy who did Robin Hood Men in Tights.
Uh-huh.
And all of the jokes are timed and placed incredibly. Legitimately, like for the time this movie was made, there are race jokes, and I mean the uncomfortable kind. Oh yeah. Like the joke is that the new sheriff in town is a black guy, but nobody knew. So he comes into town and they're like,
huh.
And it's all in the little subtle ways, like the sign is like, welcome sheriff, just jerks back up and winds back up. But there's a scene where they essentially try to kill him and he pulls the gun on himself. It's a Looney Tunes cartoon with racism. That's how the movie's made. But he's like, nobody move or the N-word gets it on himself. And everybody's like, nobody do anything. He's crazy.
Yeah.
He'll do it. And it's how he gets out of the scenario. The movie is a masterpiece. It's Gene Wilder, and I don't remember the black actor's name, who's the main character. But it's legitimately like they tried to make a Looney Tune, but you could be racist.
Interesting. Okay.
I think it's one of the best comedic things made, especially of its time. You are also one of the 2 black men I have seen who has not seen the film. And I genuinely want to see your reaction to it. Okay. I think the movie's hilarious because there are simple stuff in the movie. Like there's a scene where like Gene Wilder's like, see this? Steady as all get out. Problem is, this is my shooting hand. And like it's all jokes like that.
Okay.
All really well paced. All just it's hilarious.
Blazing Saddles. All right. I'll give it a watch.
But
the only I would love to stream it, like stream myself watching it. I don't know how, like where it's licensed or who owns it.
Neither do I at the moment. I'll be looking into that. Like, and again, we don't have to show it on the screen or whatever. Yeah. We could literally just be on. But like, I wanted to do this same concept with sitcoms, and we don't have to go episode by episode. Yeah. But like,
I mean, I've seen people do that where instead of like showing it, they have a timer of the episode,
right?
And they just start it so that people are in sync with them.
That's fair. That's probably the best way to.
That works. I did that with. Did I mute the audio? Yeah, I think I did that with UFC pay-per-view. I did that with the Conor Khabib one. That was fun, but yeah, I mean, Alex will tell you the same thing. He made a list for me of just movies that I have not seen.
Amanda and I did that when we first got together.
Yeah,
it was a whole whiteboard of movies she had never seen.
I have to chop at that list at some point, but as Leia will tell you, I have a hard time of slowing down and just sitting down and doing that. I'm a very much like, okay, cool.
So let's attach it to content.
Yeah, that's how I get stuff done like that.
I do too. Yeah. So instead of just doing it to do it, let's make content.
Okay, we'll do something.
And I'm for it. Like I think everybody deserves to rewatch the first season of Family Matters because that show, like, we always forget it because it ended in the crazy adventures of Urkel and Carl. Yeah. And that's real sad.
Yeah.
Especially when you watch how it starts and they deal with a lot of really, really heavy stuff out of the gate. And also Judy disappears, and that's hilarious. Rachel has a second. Carl and
the wife?
No. They have a second daughter that's early on in the show, but toward the end, after they stop writing for her, she just disappears.
They don't write her out or anything?
They don't write her out. Like, it's literally because it's Eddie, Laura, and Judy. Judy's the youngest daughter.
That's right.
And then Rachel has her son Richie.
Right.
As Richie develops in a character and Urkel rises as a character, they just stop writing for Judy.
That's hilarious.
And then she just stops being in the show at some point. I'm literally watching till Judy disappears.
I want to know.
They change her actress from the pilot to the next episode. Wow. So the character is always a problem.
Huh.
But you don't get that just remembering Family Matters.
Yeah.
But watching it real time, it's like, fam, the first, like, they only introduce Urkel on cold opens and closes to start the show. Like, he's only in a cold open, and then the next episode, he's at the cold open and in the end. And then that pattern continues, and then he gets his own spotlight episode. But, like, they work him in, and because it's live studio audience, you can hear the crowd losing their mind every one of his lines.
They're like, oh man.
And you're like, it's just growing.
Yeah.
It's just growing.
And
he's stealing scenes.
The director was just like, all right, well.
It's working too well.
Yeah, like we have to cash in on this.
Because they're using it a little bit more.
Yeah.
Like he has a few scenes that work. It's a lot of early slapstick stuff. And then like they start to get into him actually. Then he has like his first big episode. He faces a bully. And it's a marked episode for me because it's a masterpiece of parenting that I appreciate. And I mentioned this to my mom. It's a weird thing with authority figures in that era. Both Carl Winslow and Uncle Phil have interesting relationships with the law in that Uncle Phil's a judge and Carl's a cop.
Right.
That actively informs how they parent, and it changes how they parent to a great degree. And the Urkel Spotlight episode is a very, very big shine on that because Urkel's got a bully who keeps shaking him down for money. Very classic stuff.
Yeah.
And Urkel decides, he's like, I got to stand up to this guy. He first comes and asks and pays Eddie to fight this guy off. That was his first move.
Yeah.
And Eddie goes with him to the pizza place where this guy keeps shaking him down, and the guy doesn't show up. So Eddie takes his money and leaves. And then the guy shows up, and Urkel has no money for him. Yeah. Urkel's like, I'm done paying you, man. Yeah. I can't keep paying you. But he's still scared. Yeah. He's just like, I can't keep paying you, man. And the guy's like, tell you what, man, have my money tomorrow. And he comes and tells Eddie, and Eddie's like, that sucks. And Eddie goes to Carl and is like, hey, Urkel's getting bullied by this dude, and I don't know what to do. And Carl does this really cagey Jedi mind trick thing with him, where like he's like, well, you know, how does it feel? Do you think Urkel stands a chance against this guy? And Eddie's like,
nope.
No. He's like, well, that's bad. He's like, so I should save him. And Carl's like, I didn't say that. And he's like, okay, well, so should I just let him get creamed? And he's like, well, I didn't say that either. And he's like, well, it depends on whether or not you believe that people who can't defend themselves need help. And Eddie goes, well, is that what you think? And he's like, well, I should hope so. It's why I became a cop. And I was like, as a dad now, I was like, all right, hold on.
Wait. Let me rewind that.
And so don't give an answer either way.
And let
him to make the decision. But Eddie makes the right call. Eddie goes to do the thing. Like, Eddie stands up to the bully. The bully, of course, is a punk and runs off. And ironically, that's where Urkel and him become friends for life. Urkel is like, you saved my life. We are friends forever. Which makes sense. That was exactly what a nerd would do. And Carl comes by the pizza place, and Eddie's like, you came to check up on me.
Yeah.
He's like, no. how'd it go?
Yeah.
But it's a marked moment in parenting and a marked moment in a relationship between authority and your father that I remark on constantly now, both as being a father and as understanding that relationship with authority is not what it needs to be these days.
Yeah. Man, now that you bring all of these different examples up, I can't think of a single current show that does that.
It doesn't.
Not
the
one.
only one is Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and he's not a main character. Or he's not the main character.
Yeah.
But they do an episode.
They do that,
about this.
yeah. That's true.
But
that's the thing about these shows is it's not one episode.
It's everything.
It's baked into the show.
Yeah.
And I've not heard I've been meaning to watch this because I've heard some good things about it, but there's a show called Modern Family that apparently isn't bad.
They don't deal with this. They deal with the diversity of a family in current era because there's a gay family, there's a foreign born family, there are like step kids. Everybody has to adapt to their family looking different than it used to look, which is good.
Yeah.
I like the show because you get to see old actors who have developed and have a lot of subtle tricks that you didn't know were there. Because the father in Modern Family is this dad from Married with Children, same guy.
What?
Yes.
Holy crap!
All the way back, he's the grandfather in this show. His name is Jay Pritchett in this show.
Wow. All right.
There are so many things he adds to that show that are only things an actor that is of a senior age could do.
Wild, man.
Yes.
I didn't know. I thought I just assumed that dude had passed. I didn't realize he was still working. That's crazy.
Well, that's the thing. My brain does this all the time. It's one thing my brain's really, really good at because, like I said, I have an eye for faces. So I recognized him immediately. I was like, "That's Al Bundy."
Yeah.
Like, fam, that's Al Bundy. And he's just this curmudgeon old guy, but he's married to Sofia Vergara's character.
Wow. Okay.
And he has to deal with like her kid, Manny, who is much more effeminate than he's used to as an old masculine white man, but he loves this kid with everything in him. Because, fam, like, your wife is like, or your mom is everything to me.
Yeah.
And you mean everything to me because you're here. And then they have another kid later, and they have all, like, the show is incredible, and it ended. So you have all of it now.
All right.
My favorite episode of that show will easily be the Halloween episode, which is perfect. I think it's Halloween season 7.
Okay.
Jay's first wife, the two other adult characters in the show, they're his kids.
Okay.
And they have their whole families around them as well. So he has one son who's gay and then a daughter who's married and has 3 kids.
Okay.
And later on, the gay son marries and adopts.
Okay.
And that's a whole storyline. But they do a Halloween episode where Jay's first wife dies.
Okay.
So all of these poignant, sad moments are accentuated by people in costume.
Interesting.
So every moment where it hits every character, because again, it's their mom.
Right.
So it hits every character in different moments.
But
they're all in costume.
Yeah.
So it kind of underscores the sadness of it. Like, there's one of them that are literally caught in a pride parade, stuck in a car, and reminiscing about the mom that passed.
Interesting.
So it balances every scene so you never get too down right up until the end, because he doesn't break until the very, very end. And he's like, he breaks in this just like, because they obviously divorced on bad terms.
Right.
He was just like, didn't really like, they were angry at each other, and he was like, I don't really, I don't miss somebody that caused me that much pain. And he tells a story about passing by the place, an old restaurant that they used to go to. And it wasn't like a great place, but it was a place that they used to eat when they were good as a family, and it closed. And he said it tore me up for a week. Fam, not a dry eye in the house. Like, he said, he's just like, she was good to me then. And it was just, he's so good as an old, sad person. And I would have never guessed That's Al Bundy.
Like, wow. Okay, I have to watch that show now.
Oh yeah, it's a masterpiece, man.
That's crazy.
But yeah, it like the range of emotion he gets to display in that, and his like son-in-law is a goofball. Like the daughter is much more like him, where she's very headstrong, takes care. But her husband's just a goofball. He's like literally like if Goofy was a dude, he's that guy. Like he loves magic. But he's a romantic. He'll do all the little things to be a romantic, which is why she loves him.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, oh, man, maybe there's hope. I was like, in thinking of all of that, I was like, oh no, what happened? Like I was like, oh no, like that type of family show doesn't exist anymore. But we stepped away from the family, from the basic family dynamic, and we stepped so far away from it that those shows aren't developed the same way they should be. And just as in general, there's a lack of black sitcoms currently, so you don't get to tell the story from our perspective as well as you should. Yeah. Ah, man, maybe that's a space that somebody can fill.
Working on it.
Yeah.
It's slow going. Like you can't, because you don't want to come in super heavy all the time. Yeah. But like, Modern Family could never do the "Why Did You Stop Me" episode, which is a staple in every black sitcom, where you get stopped by a cop and you feel like you get mistreated, or you feel like this cop might not have stopped you for the right reasons, and you got to figure out how to deal with that feeling.
That one of my favorite episodes. Well, I won't say it's a favorite. It is. There are good points in it. It is that episode, but it's in Lucifer, and it's very poignant because. Have you seen Lucifer?
No. Okay. I've heard good things. It's on my list.
Like, it's definitely like one of my favorite current shows. But basically the premise is Lucifer leaves hell, comes to LA because he's bored of manning hell, essentially. But the other angels show up in pieces. One of them stays, which is Amenadel. And he's just like, hey, dude, you gotta get back to work, man. Like, no one's watching hell. You gotta, like, this is bad. But that's like kind of the running thing. The thing is, though, Lucifer is played by Tom Ellis. I don't know the actor that plays Amenadel, but he is black. And they're brothers. Because in Angel-wise, they are brothers.
Yeah, it wouldn't make a difference.
But on Earth, they have this episode where it's all crammed into one. Where essentially Amenadel finds this black kid who has basically been running drugs for this gang. And he tries to help him. And in helping him, he gets stopped by the cops. And they treat him terribly. But the funny thing about Amenadel is, unlike Lucifer, who's been there for a while, all this stuff's new to him.
Oh god!
So like, he's just like, why are they treating me like this? Like he's just has that tone of just like, what do you mean? All the while they can't. They're angels. You can't. They literally can't harm him. Yeah. Like
but he's just like, what's the problem?
He's like, what's the deal? Like what's happening here? And then like. They work in a police department. Like that's the whole running thing. Is like Lucifer helps helps the other co-star Lauren German, I think is her name. She's a detective, and there's like it's a crime drama kind of thing. So like Amenadel's just kind of just like what is happening? Like what is this? And it's literally like he learns racism in that one episode, and the way he deals with that is just like. It's crazy. Like it's such a good episode. If you're looking for moments like that, it's a good one.
Yeah, that's the thing. I definitely don't look back on 2020 for. Yeah. I had to have the race talk with my 5-year-old. Oof, not fun. Like just a weirdly like I don't want to have to do this. It feels like I shouldn't have to do this. Yeah. It feels like I shouldn't have to do this now. No, we gotta do this because America.
I wonder if I would do that with a son of mine. I feel like you cannot afford
not to. It is like here's the problem.
And this is me. I don't have kids at all.
No,
Like,
it's
just a thought experiment.
I can tell you exactly the problem, because intuitively the concept is you should treat everyone equally.
Correct.
That does not apply and here's one exact reason. If I have a problem with you and it makes me very emotionally upset, I don't have to fix my emotions before I talk to you, because we are friends.
Sure.
And relatively on an equal power level.
Right.
That does not apply with police.
Correct.
So
I think I would look at it more of like a power thing and not necessarily a race thing. I think, well, I guess you would put it in as more of like, hey, here's what happens when there's bad power dynamic between people and people abuse that. Sometimes it's because of race. Sometimes it's because of just the position that they are in society.
Yeah, and whether or not race applies to the initial incident, race applies to the consequence. So
Sure.
you can't subtract it from any part of the equation when you know it will be factored in.
It will be factored in. I just, man, I don't know. What's the downside to? What I'm afraid of is I don't want another person entering in those exchanges, those interactions, with the mindset of this person may hate me because of the color of my skin.
It's not about hate. Literally, put it like this. I like dogs. Not a big fan of horses.
Okay.
Both can be pets, right?
Sure.
But you can't approach the two the same, correct?
Correct.
Cops are people,
right,
but you cannot approach them the same way you approach all people. For the very same reason. It has nothing to do with your race. Legitimately, if anybody got really hostile with a cop, they are armed and trained to deal with almost anything a basic human could throw at them. You can't come at them every way. It doesn't matter what you look like. It can be more dangerous based on where you are because of what you look like, but you have no idea of knowing whether or not that plays into that cop's mind, which means it has to play into yours. Like, there's only one safe answer, and it's to factor it.
I like to start, because I've not had any, and I always have to caveat this with,
you mentioned this the last time
I grew up in a family where cops were around. Like,
and that's fair.
That's fine. So like my experience is gonna be different. But even outside of that, even in Florida, did I mention the whole seatbelt thing with that one cop? Yeah, like that interaction, I'd like to believe that interaction went as well as it did, because I didn't see him as this monolithic, like, different human being. I saw him as this guy who's doing a job, and like, I'm not gonna do, like, I understand that his job is extremely dangerous, and I also understand that I am not, but I also understand that he's looking at the situation through a different perspective. He's looking at it to make sure he gets out of this alive. And so in my head, I go, all right, if that's what he's looking at, regardless of whether or not he should or shouldn't, that's how he sees things. And I think if I did that job, I'd probably end up to some extent of that too. Because
isn't that kind of a bad mentality for a first responder, though?
It is if they've, but I wouldn't say that it's bad, because you have to, you want to survive, do you not?
Yes, but I don't want to be a cop. There are big differences. Like,
well, no, not you. I'm talking about the cop. Like, if you were in the cops'
but
position.
A firefighter wants to survive, but he doesn't consider that when he's running into a burning building. His response is to consider the situation and make the best decisions to get the rest of the people out of that situation alive. His thought cannot first be for himself there. It has to be for the people he's trying to save. This is the issue with police. Like, is their mentality first to get out of a situation alive or to help the people? Because if your mentality is to get out of the situation alive, you are not attacking that problem properly for your training.
But I would argue that a fire and a stoppage on the side of the road are two vastly different things.
I would argue then you probably need different police. Like, you probably need a different and again, I would argue this often. You need a much wider range of police. I think
I can get behind that. That makes sense.
I don't think that a meter, like I don't think that a guy trying to flag down traffic needs to be armed the same way as someone dealing with bank robbery. That does not make sense to me.
That's true.
So, but I also think that the mentality, fear is a dangerous element in a cop's mind for the people he's trying to protect. Whereas fear is dangerous in my mind. Fear is not dangerous in my mind for a cop. Like, because I'm scared of a cop, I'm not going to attack a cop.
But I think, go ahead. Sorry, I don't want to cut you.
But if a cop is scared of me, that cop is trained, he is armed, and he has backup.
Sure.
So his responses to being scared are very different from mine. Like, my response to being scared is to leave a situation because I am not armed and I am not trained. His response to being scared will not be to leave a situation because he is not trained to leave a situation. He's either going to reach for his weapon or call for backup or ask some more questions because that's what a cop is trained to do. So your training creates a really awkward situation there. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. No, I just, my thought process is I don't want to teach people to fear cops. That, because
it's not fear, it's respect. Like, I don't
it should be respect.
Well, I don't fear horses, but I don't approach them the same way I do dogs. That's respect.
Correct. I just maybe I'm not. So
it's a very tricky line. It's not you. Yeah. This is exactly the problem. That the way to the etiquette between community and police is exactly the issue. Because what you're saying is ideally correct. People should not be afraid of cops. In theory, the problem is, realistically, anybody can have a bad day.
Sure.
And when you have a bad day and you're a regular person, the most damage you can do is with your hands. But if you have a bad day and you're a cop, you have weapons and training and the ability to make it look like it was never your fault. That's dangerous.
The dangerous side of I'm not disagreeing with it. That is 100% accurate. The dangerous side of treating a police officer, interacting with a police officer with respect is fine. I got no problem with that. When interacting with them with fear is a bad idea. It's so bad. Like, okay, so
yeah, but you can't bring the fear, and you don't know if they brought it. That's the problem. Fear is unknown.
I'm saying from you, like not from them. From like them being afraid of you, you can't control that.
Yeah,
but
it depends on what you do with fear. To be fair, but you're right.
So like for me, when I get pulled over, which granted I haven't pulled over in a very long time, but when I get pulled over, I look at it. I treat it in the same way I treat an interaction with, I'm trying to think of something comparable.
It will be a little difficult.
Well,
most interactions are voluntary. Police have the one ability to force an interaction with you, which again,
in and of itself is inherently like
can generate fear without you knowing, because again, stop and frisk exist in our life.
Yeah.
So like,
but I treat them like I would like a Publix worker, because and I'll have to try to wrap this in a bit, but it's because I don't want to give them any sense that I am afraid, because if I give them the feeling that I'm afraid of them, that can very easily be misconstrued as I'm afraid because I have something to hide.
Now, you see, I appreciate that.
I have zero, like, especially me, I know I'm innocent. If I'm getting pulled over, it's because I was speeding.
Yeah.
I'm like, give me the ticket, man. Like, if that's what, like, I'll pay it.
I 100% agree with you. My only problem with that is a lot to ask out of every human being that did not ask to be a cop. It is a lot less to ask out of your police to be less afraid, like as a whole.
But my thing is, I'm asking for that from both. I'm not just asking people to. I'm not saying police do exactly what you've been doing for the past fucking years. You've been doing a bang up job. Everyone else, fix how you like. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you guys got to meet somewhere in between.
I appreciate that, but what you're at, there's a lot more give you're asking from one side than the other. There's 300 million people in the U.S. and 10 million cops. Sure. Like it's a lot to ask for everyone to be more cognizant of how they interact with police. It's a lot smaller ask than just fix the police. Or it's a lot smaller ask to just fix the police. Or to ask the police to be better about how they interact. Because one certain amount of the people are just living their lives. The cops are doing a job. And to ask someone to behave a certain way on their job is not abnormal. Asking people to fix their behavior in their regular lives is a much bigger ask.
So I would argue that both of those are the same.
They aren't, though. One of those people is paid to be there.
Sure, but like me living my regular life includes my job.
No, it doesn't. Because if you could lose that job and you still have a regular life and you can get another job. You can stop being a cop and be anything else. You can't stop being alive and then choose to be something else. That's not equal.
You're right, but I'm like, it's like if I have a category of living my life, included in that category in a small circle is the job.
Yeah, but you can
like that. It moves around, and sometimes it's not there,
and you can change that at any given time.
But yeah,
you can't. Like that's the problem. The people can choose to change, or the cops can choose to change being cops. The people can't choose to change being people. They're people.
They can. Just as the cops can choose can make better decisions, the people also can make better decisions.
But that's a function of all people everywhere.
Yes.
Cops have but all people aren't armed. The problem is it's an unequal ask. What you're saying is, yes, all people need to be better, but that's a given regardless of cops, regardless of war, regardless of anything, all people need to be better.
Okay.
In regards to a specific issue inside of all people need to be better, police need to be held to a higher standard inside of that.
Sure, I'm not saying that they shouldn't. They're armed. Like that.
Yeah. Well, they're also on a job. Like it's not just the armed. It's like, hey,
because I'd hold a regular civilian who's also armed to a higher standard as well.
If a doctor was reckless in going about his day and got somebody killed, they're accountable for that. And if you do that too often, you don't get to be a doctor anymore. And those things still stick with you. Like you don't get the benefits of being a doctor. You don't even get the benefit of the doubt of being a doctor. And literally your malpractice insurance goes up every time you make one of those mistakes. We don't get that same reflection from the police. We don't get that same level of accountability. So how can we then be expected to because over time, we have learned to be more specific with doctors, learned to ask for exactly what we need to prevent those malpractice issues from happening. We haven't been able to do that same thing with the police because there's not been a consequence levied on their side to want them to change enough. Like, we want to change because we don't want to die, and also because we believe this should be better. Like, it's not all just fear. I would love to believe that if I called the police to fix a situation, that their first response would be to help with the situation. My fear is if I call the police and I'm not specific about who I am and something happens where I could be suspected of a problem, they could show up and just as easily think it's me. And then it doesn't matter what I say because they have their thought. And if I'm the only witness, the only conversation we're going to have is going to go down to the station for them.
Yeah.
And it's not I don't think that there's a clean answer.
No.
To be fair. I definitely think you are correct in that as people, we need to be more cognizant of how we interact with police. It's why I mentioned the particular relationship that Carl and Uncle Phil have with the law.
Yeah.
They are in positions of power and authority, and as such, they constantly remind their family, hey, listen, we have this position, but it also means that their family is kind of insulated from anything going too left with the authorities.
Yeah. And that is a very similar way to as how I grew up.
So, like, it wasn't until it wasn't until my very few interactions with police outside of it. But that's the weird thing too, though, is I never attributed it to racism.
Why would you? You never have no point. You have no point of reference. Like, it's in your personal experience, the police did their job as best they could, if not properly, right?
But that's not as to say I've never seen it. Like, I have seen,
but you don't have to have a reason to expect it because it's not been your experience.
Okay, so I wouldn't say I don't expect it, because like even in the seatbelt situation, it's in any situation I have with a cop. It's not that the idea of this guy could okay, I guess this makes a little bit more sense and it's a little cleaner. The idea that this guy could misuse his power is not the first one that comes to mind. That only comes to mind if they react or do something or say something that I think that's off. That's when that clicks. But until then, it is just me and another person. That's how I interact with them.
And I appreciate and again, that happens when you don't walk home and get stopped and frisked three times a year. That happens when your interaction with the police has been minimal and proper. If you have had any number of what you would call, let's say, less than fair or less than correct responses with the police, your level of trust is going to be lower because you're going to have so many less chance. Like, again, I don't naturally fear police. That's not my thing. My problem is I have legitimately watched myself be treated differently from someone else in the same situation. Like, I've watched a cop pull me over for having a taillight out and pull me out of the car. And I've watched a cop pull me over in the passenger side with my friend with a gun in the glove compartment and no seatbelt on, and my friend explaining to the cop that he had his seatbelt on, full lie, and had the cross strap behind him, and then the cop proceeded to explain to him how the physics of a seatbelt work. Like, it's just it's fully partially and what your interaction and experience has been. And again, because you saw it, Carlton has this exact same point in Fresh Prince where they get pulled over and Will is like, that cop pulled us over because we were black. And Carl says, we were circling in a neighborhood we didn't understand in the middle of the night. The cop pulled us over to ask what we were doing because why were we there? And they get home and Will is still upset about the whole situation. And Carlton goes to ask Uncle Phil, like, if you saw a car in a neighborhood you didn't recognize driving around in the middle of the night, wouldn't you stop it and ask? And Uncle Phil's like, I've been, I asked myself that same question the first time I got pulled over. And he just walks away. That's how the episode ends. That's how legitimately, it's, the question will always be there. But it's because it is not a problem the people themselves can fix, because it's not a problem the people themselves created. So it has to be either jointly fixed or fixed on the police side. It's been really, really, like, I've given this more thought than I want to.
Yeah, I don't
mainly
think
because I'm home and I have way too much time.
Yeah.
But the one thing I do is I do a lot of looking back and looking at how something is portrayed and seeing that it's been portrayed the same way for 20 plus years tells me that if it were a problem black people could have fixed on their own, we would have fixed it by now. If it were a problem minorities could have fixed on their own, they would have fixed it by now. But they can't. It has to be both sides.
God, there's so much more I want to go into this because there's a part of the conversation about who did I have this? I think I had this with B Wade. Yeah, I sometimes look back on that episode and wonder if, well, no, I wonder if he
he has a different opinion of me now after that episode, because I spoke a lot about Black culture and other cultures. I think the difference in Black culture is we didn't have a choice.
Yep.
We were brought here.
Yep.
Versus the other cultures that came here.
Yep.
For whatever different reason.
I had the same conversation with Amanda the other night regarding the difference between Cuban culture and Black culture.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm saving this for another episode because I want to have you back, because basically, here's a rule of thumb, and this is for both you and for viewers at home. The longer I have someone on the podcast in the episode, that means that they'll show up again. Like that's how that works. Like Leia's been on like 3 times.
Yeah.
Like that's just how that works. For me, it tells me that I enjoy our conversation. Like they're not
boring.
They're not boring, and we don't. There's no like, oh, that's a touchy subject.
We're not combative.
Yeah,
no, we genuinely we're talking through something.
It's not just combative. It's not
awkward.
We don't shy away from things.
No.
That is
yeah.
If you want to be friends with me, that's like the number one way to like make sure we are never friends. If I bring up a topic that is borderline and you go, oh no, I can't, I don't want, I'm like, okay, cool, I respect that, but also we can't be friends. Like,
so I did bring up this point very recently regarding Black people and cops, to keep it on terms. Black people can never sneak up. I can't, there's no situation where I as a Black person can surprise you by being Black if you have seen me.
Okay.
Like, I'm Black.
Sure.
I'll look like this.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be Black. Very often police can surprise you if they don't look like police.
Okay.
So you can run into a lot of situations where either A, you might be doing something illegal, not recommended, but everybody has things that happen sometimes.
Sure.
Where if the last person you want to see in that scenario is someone who's like, I'm a cop.
Thanks for the follow, Ricky. I did see that. Thank you.
Yeah, like that's the last thing you actually want to see in that situation. Whereas I can't think of too many situations where like I see Black people and I genuinely assume things are going to get worse. Like there are very many situations where I can see police interaction, or I know the police are on their way, and I'm like, okay, well, this is about to get worse.
So there are certain. This is bad. This is getting a little close to the racist line. There are certain characteristics of certain Black people that have been, if they can let off, that kind of make me go, which way is this going to go?
That's not just a Black people thing.
Yeah, true. That is. It's not just Black people.
As a matter of fact, Brian and I both know a large white man who has a lot of these flags, and I believe you do too, because he's a regular.
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
You're like, oh.
but you're right. It is not just a Black person thing. It is everyone.
It's a character issue.
It's a character thing. There are traits though that are more predominant in Black people than they are in others, that make me go, which way is this going to go? And now the good thing is I have people that I know that display those traits, and then upon further like getting to know them further, they're not that.
Yeah, trace the roots of the trait.
Right. Yeah. Like I don't want to say his name. I wanted to get him on the podcast though. He wanted to do it initially. He was supposed to be on the podcast with B Wade, but that didn't go through. He couldn't get here at the time.
Listen, next time you have me on, I'm all for bringing somebody else. I know we get into it.
Yeah.
So
No,
might not be a lot of room, but
yeah, the beauty of that was that was very specifically around the George Floyd thing, and they both had different perspectives, and I wanted to get both of those.
Fair.
But Steve or Curtis knows him too. He's like good friends with him. Do you know Tim? If I just say the word Tim and say
tall guy,
yeah,
yeah,
Yu-Gi-Oh,
yeah,
that guy.
Okay.
If you saw him, like the first time you meet him,
or like you see him interact with other people, there's a probably a judgment that you'll make off of that. Upon if you have a one-on-one interaction or conversation with them, so different, drastically different. That guy, it's one of the funny things. Like it's something I find myself telling people about him who, if he comes up in conversation and they're just like, that guy is awesome, or that guy, like, he's a trip, or he's always like a clown or whatever. I'm like, but he's also insanely smart.
Yep.
You have no idea how smart that guy is.
Oh, okay.
Like you do not know. Like it's
this was I made this point very recently about Sacha Baron Cohen.
Yes, exactly. He's a clown, but he's so smart. You have no idea. Like,
oh yeah, the uniqueness of Sacha Baron Cohen, and I discovered this in 2020. One of the only things that I will credit 2020 for is I assumed that Sacha Baron Cohen was just a person putting on racist stereotypes.
Nope.
What I discovered was Sacha Baron Cohen is a person who discovered that if you play a character close enough to bad people, they'll show you just how bad they are.
Yep.
And that is incredible.
Yep.
I was like, oh, that's not what I thought this was.
That guy, I
gotta rewatch a bunch of movies.
Yeah. they're all it's some of it's just humor. Like, I mean,
of course,
Borat has a lot of like just humor, but there's a lot of just like, hey, if I do this and behave this way, how do white people react? And it's
Clayton Bixby.
Yeah,
it's the Dave Chappelle.
Like, it's that bit, but in long form.
Yeah, if you play to a person's worst instincts, will they show them? Mm-hmm. And he taught us. Yeah, they will.
Did you see? Oh God, this is the last thing. Did you see the? He essentially accidentally exposed, like, or allegedly exposed, like, a pedophile ring amongst like government officials and stuff.
Yeah,
man, and what sucks is that was like in the news and then
gone
immediately, just like under the. I was just like, but wait. This happened.
That was like, big, right?
Yeah. I was like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Oh man. But thank you again.
Anytime, I think, man. These are always great.
We start at 7. No, we start at 6:30. Okay. Yeah. All right. It's just
very close.
Yeah, it's just very close. I was like,
it's 4 and change.
I'm just waiting to go back to work tomorrow and her just be like, all right, so when am I coming back on? I'm just like, I need to sleep. I can't just.
I'm telling you, man. I want to talk to Leia. I haven't seen Leia since.
Maybe we can do like a episode with like the three of us. That'd be fun.
I
think
would
that'd be
love
dope.
that. Leia and I constantly end up laughing about stupid things we say to each other because I believe there was a car ride where I believe one of us exclaimed that dicks can't be trusted, just in general.
Oh, okay.
I think it was me. I think I was just like, do you think I trust my dick? Are you nut? No,
this guy gets me in trouble all the time.
Yeah, he's like, this can't be trusted. And she just died, and like the whole car was like, oh my god. I'm like, I just thought it. Sorry, I didn't. There's no bandwidth here.
I appreciate people like that though, like, because what has happened, and I've noticed this in myself, and I still have this issue. I drastically censor myself, and I hate it. Like, there's a valve that at some point in my life got squeezed very tight, and I'm so cautious. Part of it's because yes, I am on a platform and I have to be mindful of their rules, and like I get that some of it's logically it's there, but I've noticed that in myself that, like, if I look at my old video, I remember I clicked on an old video from my old channel. I made a 9/11 joke that I don't think I would now. I probably would now that I'm thinking about it, but like me 2 months ago definitely wouldn't. And it's just more of just like, I get why it would be offensive, but also that is the type of humor that is in my head. Like that those very borderline, like, edgy, pushing a like thing kind of joke.
So here's
here's
the trick to that. this is one of the reasons I love world building. You can tell really, really, really off-color jokes if the setting is fantastic enough. Like, I literally started this. I have this joke for like a mixed race elf, and the only reason I want to do a mixed race elf is because she gets +1 stealth against racists. I don't have any other reason to do it. Like, I haven't developed anything else in the scheme, but I was like, because I want her to tell the joke. She's like, yeah, I have like +1 stealth against racists. Like, I want her to tell that joke, and I don't know if I have to set up a D&D game
just to
skit to make the joke, or if I have to just create a D&D scenario and put her in it. Because I would love for her to just be like, depending on what elves she's near, she just looks like regular elves.
Yeah.
So like the wood elves are like, she's fine. She's maybe from the far woods. But then at night, she's like the dark elves are like,
wait a minute. Yeah.
Nah, fam.
Nah.
Who's your mom?
Yeah.
like just, and I the whole gag was to literally, because you can be really, really racist in D&D because the racists aren't real.
Yeah.
So I would love to play on that space in a lot of really comical ways.
I miss doing that. I do want to do another campaign. My boy Brent, he's gone. I haven't been able to do any D&D campaigns with him.
I think the last character I played, I literally had comic relief as a superpower.
Nice.
Like, I could do things, but only when they were funny.
Oh.
It was
okay.
By the way, it's, if you have not played D&D as like a full-on Looney Tune, I recommend it at least once.
Sounds fun. Okay. We're actually stopping here. It's 11 o'clock. We gotta get out of here. I need to get something to eat.
Same.
Like, thank you again. You guys know the subscribe stuff. I don't know if you have anything you want to shout out again this time. Or?
Thanks again to the Dream Writers Room Volume 1. We will have some projects coming soon.
Thanks.
I'm Jared Grace everywhere. I'm Fandom Near You on Twitter. You can find me if you want.
Awesome.
Thanks. See you guys soon.
Man. Appreciate it.